We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য পিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টার্ন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথরপ্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আপিসপাড়ার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আপিসপাড়ায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
I can't see it. Can you see it? No, you can't see it too.
Can't see you, Mr. Kothari. Not yet, but we can hear you fine. Is there any other device from which?
I can do it from my laptop. My
iPhone, if you have iPhone.
iPhone, I can do it. Let me try it out.
Yeah.
Sunil, you let me know when you are live. Hello everybody, welcome all to the 11th edition of the Bengal Chamber's signature annual Business IT Conclave. So here we have with us the President of the Chamber, Mr. Devi Mukherjee, Chairperson of the IT Committee of the Chamber, who is leading this program, Mr. Arnab Basu. Founder and CEO of MB Software Private Limited, Mr. Sudhir Kothari. President and CEO Indian American International Chamber of Commerce, Mr. K.V. Kumar. Group Chairman, Infinity Photic Parks Limited, Mr. Raj Maria. With this, I request Mr. Arnab Basu, the Chairperson of the IT Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to take the session forward.
Thank you, Angana, and a very warm welcome to all of you on the web. As Angana mentioned, this is our signature event from the Bengal Chamber IT Committee, and this is the 12th edition. We are really happy that we have been able to organize, I would think, a great congregation of speakers over the next 2 days, which we have done. So one is today. Today evening we are having quite an august gathering of speakers, and then again we have this on next Friday, when we would have another set of extremely distinguished speakers for you. So before we move into the topic, I would request Mr. Devi Mukherjee, who is the president of the Bengal Chamber, to give his welcome address.
Thank you very much, Arnold. Thank you very much. Just a small clarification. Is it the 11th or the 12th edition? Angana says 11th, Arnold says 12th. Correct me.
I think it is the 11th.
11th.
I stand corrected.
No problem at all. No problem at all. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's indeed my pleasure to welcome all of you to the Bengal Chamber's 11th edition of the Business IT Conclave. The theme this year is Technology for Humans. Well, ladies and gentlemen, know that the role of technology in whether it's research, innovation, application, especially in the realm of digital technology, is now intrinsic to our lives and also our livelihoods. But the critical question, however, for all of us in business and in the industry, that we need to ask ourselves is to what purpose technology is being used. In other words, the adoption and application of technology, to my mind, needs to be purpose-driven. Purpose-driven in a responsible manner that is both inclusive and equitable, resilient and sustainable, and most importantly, good for all. And interestingly, this also happens to be the vision statement of the Chamber for the current year. A purpose-driven and responsible adoption of technology indeed will go a long way to address and resolve challenges that we as human species face, whether it's in the realm of climate change, whether it's resource security, especially in food, energy and water, health, education, and of course, most importantly, our livelihoods. But an important aspect we need to consider in all this, while we embrace new frontier technologies, is to have a right understanding of the benefits and the threats that new technology brings with it. Whilst we do appreciate huge strides that we see in innovation in areas like artificial intelligence, robotics, other forms of automation, and the experience, we all talk about experience these days, the experience we all have in their application, we also need to be mindful that in these applications, these applications actually reach out and the benefits are shared by all. And what is said, no one is left behind. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you. I welcome the distinguished speakers. I welcome our friends from the media. I welcome our speakers from across the world. I'm told there are speakers from Bahrain, France, Israel, Switzerland, United Kingdom, United States, and a particular welcome to Mr. K.V. Kumar, my old friend. We have met a couple of times, from the Indian American International Chamber of Commerce in Washington, D.C. Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for being with us. And I'm told you are also our outreach partners for this program. We are keenly looking forward to 2 days of deliberations today and the 4th of December, the second day of the conclave. And before I hand over to Arnob, allow me to take a pledge with all of you that we, as responsible citizens, we never lose the focus on the human face and the human element, along with the environment and the larger ecosystem within which we all survive and function, while adopting and using new technology. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy the evening. Over to you, Arnob.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. And that was really setting the context for our conclave this year. And as I deliberate a bit more before I would pass on to the distinguished speakers that we have for the evening, I think there are a few thoughts which obviously come to my mind. Over the years, this has been, as I said, a key event for us, and mostly we have tried to bring thoughts and deliberations around new technology into this conclave. And most of the emerging technologies that we have today, we have had discussions and debates and discourse on those in the preceding years. Now, when I look at that, and when we were trying to think of what could be a topic for this year, I think the primary thought process which was there in our mind, and we did this discussion actually in December, January timeframe, right? It was in the pre-COVID era that we were discussing this. But I think most of the committee members felt that, while we have been debating a lot on new technologies and emerging technology areas, we have had sessions on blockchain, we have had sessions on AI, we have had sessions on Industry 4.0, IoT, we have had sessions on cybersecurity. But what people felt was that at some point we probably need to have a thought process around how technology is helping humans. And when we say technology helping humans, again, you can debate that, almost every technology that we create today has, in some way or the other, has some use, right? And if it has some use, then it's used for us, and hence it is for us. But I think the focus, what we wanted to do was that, we have this entire thriving, economy of startups on one end. We have the really large, tech behemoths, as I call them, on the other end. And we have the entire other non-technology players, part of the industry, different sectors, who are all thinking of only one central thought in their mind, which is, how do I transform myself using technology, right? And if we look at the different CEO surveys, if we look at different pulse surveys, I think that becomes a central response which comes back to us. That how do we look at transforming our business using technology? And if we look at technology which are built to empower us, and if you go sector by sector, you would have different technologies which are coming to help you, right? Which are trying to make our lives easier, which are trying to sort of bring us closer to I would say closer to leading a far more simpler life by taking some of the complexity out of our life into the technology platforms, and then freeing up our time, freeing up our mind for other avenues. So I think that's something which we felt that we should talk about it, and most of the speakers would touch upon that. Now, obviously, this can be handled in different ways, right? You can look at this and say that, okay, how do I look at it in the realm of healthcare, which is obviously topmost in our mind? How do we look at it in the realm of education? How do we look at it in other sectors like agriculture? How do we look at it in the case of financial technologies? In every sector, there is some technology which is coming out now, which is there to help us lead a better life. And if I go sector by sector, we can always discuss, but I think there are some technologies like, artificial intelligence. How artificial intelligence is really changing our life is sometimes even, we don't even realize how it is, sort of helping us and taking control, how it is looking at, personalization to a completely different level. When we look at our virtual assistants, what we are doing with them, when we look at biometrics and the technology behind biometrics, when we look at biometrics and then we also look at, technologies around blockchain, cryptocurrencies, which are removing central authority, which are allowing us to avoid regulations, making it much more autonomous for the user. How are these, changing us, right? When we look at, the entire concept of how do we look at access to capital? If you're looking at industry, how are we looking at access to capital? And are there technology platforms which are giving us easier access, making the access far more easier? When we look at health, of course, there is the entire thought around COVID, and I'll not get into it. But if you look at wearables and what that is doing to our life, if you look at how geolocation is, creating a completely different use cases possible now in our life. When we look at, the drone technology, how that's improving over the years and how that's being now put to so much of commercial use, right? When we look at, the entire peer-to-peer social media connect and what we're doing around that, all of these technologies are, making it very, very interesting for us. And I think if we look at with the central lens of, okay, you have a technology, it is, there to help an organization for sure. What's the impact on everyday life? Some of the things which we were coming up with answers were really interesting. And that's what we thought that, would be good to hear. With that, I would probably invite Mr. Kothari. Mr. Kothari is the president and founder of MB Software. And Mr. Kothari, I would like to, hand it over to you for your initial thoughts on this. Mr. Kothari?
Yeah. Unfortunately, the video is giving me trouble a little bit.
No, we can see you fine, Mr. Kothari. We can see you fine. We can hear you fine.
I've got my iPhone on, and I've got my laptop on.
I realize it.
I've got my computer on my laptop. So, thank you so much, Arnab. Thank you so much, Bengal Chambers. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all. And again, I want to thank Bengal Chambers for inviting me for this talk on an issue I personally value: taking technology beyond business to address a human challenge. So I'm an entrepreneur, moved out of traditional family business way back in 1986. Since my teenagers days, I was highly inspired by the great Tatas. I had a dream to build an organization where people come and work, make their career, and fulfill their dreams. So I set up MB Software, reselling licensed software of global organizations like Lotus and Microsoft and other software in 1986, and then quickly moved to SI Solution. Our biggest turning point came in 2010 when our partnership with Microsoft turned strategic. We were inducted in the prestigious Global Partner Framework to sign long-term agreements with clients, the LSPs. This partnership helped us further when cloud came in 2014. MB took a big leap into our complete portfolio of cloud consulting solution services. Our business model completely shifted from selling to problem-solving business outcomes. Tech's been good for me, and tech's been very good for business. We have been clocking an above industry growth average of more than 30% CAGR for last 4 years. Currently, we are a $100 million US company operating out of 10 cities in India, with 500 people on board. Running a company successfully is what an entrepreneur is expected to do. And it's what I believe I've done. But as an entrepreneur, could I make a difference to humanity as well? What could I help overcome to be meaningful? As part of a CSR program, we could have taken easy way to meet statutory obligation by funding charities and donating to government funds. But we want to do something different that could make a fundamental human change. So most companies use CSR fund to take programs that benefit areas around the factory or office to buy goodwill. But we wanted to go wherever it was needed to. So we wanted to put technology to good use, to make it inclusive, to make it empowering. So let me take you to Kalchini, a block in Alipurduar district in North Bengal. Like everywhere in the rural government school of Bengal, 60% of the children drop out from school by class 8. The rest who scrape through barely learn the bare minimum. The textbooks are largely urban-centric, visually dull. It's a really helpless and hopeless journey that passes off as an education. The attendance is very thin among students because they won't find it engaging, engrossing, or even fun. So we found an NGO experimenting with technology to train teachers in these schools to learn the use of computers. They said if teachers could learn to develop visually rich, contextually relevant lesson plan for classes, the student would learn better and be more attracted to come to school. What's more, they would get to know more about their own history, surroundings, and culture. They would discover their own identity. They could take pride in being who they were. So donating hardware and software would have been the easiest thing, but that wouldn't help. How would teachers, many of whom have never used a computer or even a smartphone, use them? So crucially, we funded and got involved in intensive workshop throughout the year to train the teachers on how to shoot stills and videos, insert them in. We donated smartphones and used the camera to shoot films and photos locally, and also donated portable projectors, laptops, and speakers, which they could use to hold classes. At the end of the year, the teacher competed for the best lesson plan. The teacher who won the last year, I'm happy to say, never used a computer before. A unique and brave step we took was in partnering with local Kalchini Panchayat. It was a rare collaboration between corporate and Panchayat to make this effort sustainable and effective, because we needed a local administration to own it as schools were administered by them. After a successful experiment in Kalchini, we rolled out this initiative in another very backward area, Rualia, and now plan to take them to other areas as well. Kalchini is in year 2, still happening with advanced training on lesson plan development. Then in March 2020, the pandemic put a stop to the world. They were helpless all around. Offices shut, work from home happened, with most coping with their laptops and smartphones. School and colleges shut, but most had no recourse, no way to continue education. It was distressing, to say the least. So in mid-April, we saw an opportunity as a Microsoft fast-track partner to deploy Microsoft Teams in education institutions. I felt challenged and inspired. It was a noble move by Microsoft to help overcome the crisis, and we didn't want to miss a chance to play a meaningful role. So they offered free licenses to Education Institute for 6 months till the institutes got their act together, and our job was to roll out. We just had 75 days to enroll the institutes, deploy the products, and ensure they adopt in their classes. Majority of the institutes we didn't even know also. So we quickly formed teams across the country, created an SOP for them, clearly defining roles and responsibility for each members. We fixed at what point the baton had to pass to the next team so that it worked seamlessly like a production process. The first team contacted the head of this institution to explain the benefits of the program. The second team was responsible for onboarding the institutes, take the details for team deployment across institute and ensure seamless collaboration. And the third team was involved in adoption and training, which was the most important and the difficult phase. Once the licenses were activated, this team quickly engaged with the concerned IT leadership team at the school or university to ensure the adoption of the solution. They held faculty and students orientation sessions on various capabilities of Teams so that users maximize the usage of Teams effectively. They also shadowed the faculty during the initial classes. These orientations were repeated for faculty and students a few times. I'm glad to say that in 75 days, we set up 400 virtual classrooms in 344 institutions, impacting over 300,000 students across 5 states. MB maxed the highest adoption rate across Asia. Being a business, we had an opportunity to convert them into licensed user after the 6 months free period. And this, we also ensure the continuity of education in this institute. The future of tech looks good too. We are seeing progress in technologies across every spectrum of human experience every day. One specific area of progress in technology which I would like to highlight is in virtual experience, since this has become pervasive across most of the people in the world. With pandemic not going away so easily from our life, I would like to highlight especially the future of technology and virtual experience, since I see a pivot moment in it. So virtual reality, augmented reality, and AI-powered tools, which Arnab was talking about, will get more elevated and will become part of daily life in near future. We may see in near future such tools that can improve the cohesiveness, harmony, engagement, response of a team in virtual meeting classrooms through video conferencing calls while working from home or anywhere. Tech will remain good for our civilization, but we will increasingly move from using technology to living technology. Innovation and growth will need to be far more integrated, as what impacts business will directly impact lifestyle and leisure, in turn visibly impact health and so on. This will be the new normal. We are in the cusp of major transition driven by technology. The crisis we are facing is a portal for all of us to consciously and compassionately make changes. Some destruction will precede creation, as we all know from our ancient Vedic philosophy. How we manage it is crucial. Ultimately, the effect of technology is driven by human choices and actions. A knife can be used for life-saving surgery or life-taking murder. As a famous author and philosopher said, we cannot live for ourselves alone. Our lives are connected by 1,000 invisible threads. And alone these sympathetic fibers, our action runs as causes and return to us as results. Going forward, this will drive the choice and action I make as an entrepreneur. Thank you so much for hearing me, and stay safe.
Thank you, Mr. Kothari, and quite profound. And it is lovely to hear you as an entrepreneur, your perspectives around, some of the changes which we are going through. And life's changing and technology is changing. There's no denying of that. And I think some of the points which you made are very, very, I would say, deeply philosophical, yet very, relevant for today's world. Thank you. Let me now take the honor of inviting Mr. K.V. Kumar, President and CEO of the Indian American International Chamber of Commerce, and he's also the chairman of KMF Investment Group, LLC, for his address. Mr. Kumar, you're on mute.
Good evening to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Arnab Basu, and my good friend, Mr. Dev Mukherjee. Thank you, sir, for having me in Bengal and treating me like a king. I appreciate that. We have a lot to do together, and I also thank Subodhip Ghosh and also the incoming President Abraham Stefanos, correct? Yes. Technology has facilitated learning works in socializing, IT, digital technology transforming tool in medical, healthcare, education, energy, agriculture, and artificial intelligence. The Conclave has rightfully recognized the potential transformation of high unemployment due to this digital technology, AI, and other, COVID, etc., etc. Moving forward, investors have to keep in mind that this is not the marginal. This is not marginalized. Let's not marginalize and create another strata in society that can be forgotten. Investor focus in AI, artificial intelligence, digital technology should be more towards aerospace, defense, biotech, green technology, human resource, agriculture, etc. The Indian American International Chamber of Commerce has done a lot of work. I'm talking specifically about the United States. First, on the immigration issue, which is an important factor for India. In fact, I was in India, when I was in India earlier this year, and late last year and early this year, I was interviewed by Hindu newspaper. They asked me about the immigration. I told them that, look, if people are going to bring more technical people into the country and reduce the bringing families and other things, I'm all for that, because that will benefit. I mean family meaning, if I want to bring my grandmother, uncle, and things like that, that can wait. We need to have more technical people coming to India so that the balancing would help India and the United States. We have at the chamber, we have worked on it's a very big event, and we have worked very hard on the immigration issue, and we turned the President's orders on immigration, which helped us to postpone the sanctions till the end of this year. And we have also worked very hard on the sanctions against India in the past under several presidents, from Bush to Clinton and Obama and Trump, etc. And we are going to work with Biden and Harris team. And one of the things that we worked very hard, and we have worked with Prime Minister Manmohan Singh and Prime Minister Modi, both of them in the past and present, and the strategic trade authorization, which was approved by the US government in 2018, I believe. And we did that one, that's called STA1, Strategic Trade Authorization 1, which brought India to the level of NATO stations, NATO countries rather, to do business without involving the middleman and going through a lot of hazardous red tapes. That's very helpful. And that helps in artificial intelligence. And there is a lot of opportunities, door open in defense, aerospace, agriculture, healthcare. In fact, I was interviewed by the pharma industry, and my suggestion to pharmaceutical companies in India is to really associate with smaller companies in the United States as well, not only the big companies, and work with them so that we can give technology and exchange technology and work to get together. And we can really make it big. We don't have to work with all big firms alone. We can work with smaller firms and make them big. And in terms of our collaboration with the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we look forward to working with Mr. Mukherjee and his, and also Mr. Ghosh and all of you at the BCC&I, and to improve. We would have had a trade mission earlier this year in April or May. I was going to bring few business people and the lawmakers together. Lindsey Graham, senator from South Carolina, had agreed, and 2 governors were interested in coming. One from Mississippi, another from Georgia, and the South Carolina governor. 2 governors were very much interested in coming to India, and I will make sure that Bengal is one of the places we will definitely go and stop and make use of your courtesies as well as bring some business. And these trade missions, I have little, I managed to Secretary Ross. I traveled with him, to Delhi when he was there, last year, trade mission. Trade missions need to be organized better. I was a kind of an unofficial advisor when, in 2007, US went to India with the largest trade mission ever to India. But we came out without much success. What we really need to do, that's why when the State Department asked me to spearhead the mission to Sri Lanka, we were only 6 people, but we came out with 2 projects. The idea is really not to have too much of social events and things like that, and to have more B2B missions and meetings and other things, and so where we can meet and exchange views and sign MOUs and pursue several areas. Don't ignore the small businesses. And the opportunity zone, which was created by a senator from South Carolina, which was welcomed by President Trump, they are going to invest $5 trillion over the next 20 years. It has a lot of advantages. What we need to do is to find the right small to SMEs in the United States and associate with them and get the benefit of these, facilities. And India has a lot of resources. We need to make use of that one. And bringing business from US to India, and this is the best opportunity because Americans, we the Americans are realizing India has a lot more to offer than other countries. In the long run, we benefit by associating with India, not only in terms of doing business with India, but India is, of course, for India, US is a very large partner. But for US, India is the 9th largest partner. We have a long way to go. We need to catch up with China and other countries. And whatever we can do from the Indian American International Chamber of Commerce, we are willing to do it, Mr. Mukherjee, and we are looking forward to working with you. And I don't want to get into our Chamber of Commerce things that we are doing. We are doing a number of online webinars and things like that. And we would like to do one in collaboration with you, because we are going to do one in collaboration with FICCI and other chambers, and we would like to do it with you too, and thereby bringing 2 organizations closer. And we are at your service. Please let us know in what way we can help. On a personal note, I am also associated with a company called KMF Investment Group. We were, without COVID, we would have done a lot of good work by now. We are planning to raise about $5 billion, and we want to invest in innovative projects and small businesses. both in India and in the United States to begin with. And we are also opening offices in Africa, Middle East, as well as Asian countries. And we are going to open next one in Singapore. And we really want to go aggressively to work and bring a lot of good things with and doing business with India. It's both ways. We don't want to lie to you. We want business from India to United States as well, but we want to bring business from the United States to India as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate your having me. I really enjoyed being with you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. And it was really nice to, hear an investor's perspective. I think you obviously touched on some very pertinent points, which are deeply, social in nature in terms of, the asymmetry that we are currently living with, and whether this kind of an asymmetry is even sustainable in the long run. Not to talk about the kind of technology disruptions which are coming in, which in some ways, while it's supposed to reduce the asymmetry, but in many cases what we are finding is that the big firms are becoming bigger. Even this, in the COVID crisis, if you look at the digital dragons, as they call, the Alibabas and the Amazons have become, much bigger, right? So the asymmetry is growing. Of course, we have seen a very, deeply populism is becoming very, very, the entire geopolitics is becoming very, very difficult to predict. Not to mention that, some of it is quite interesting as well, as many of us, probably, saw over the last few weeks. And then your points around how we should be looking at trade, bilateral trade between, countries. And I think US is very, very important from India's perspective, because when we talk of technology, it's still, we are quite a distance from having our own Silicon Valley. And we are still looking at a lot of technology innovation coming in from the States into India, even as we have our homegrown startups. And that, I think, takes me to the next speaker in our conference, probably to look at how we are helping the entire startup ecosystem in India, and especially, how we are looking at sort of supporting them.
Can I mention one more thing, please?
Yes, of course, of course.
I mean, we, the Chamber, helped in 2007. Before that, for 3 years, Indian government and the US Small Business Administration were trying to collaborate together and come out with an MOU. And they didn't succeed. And then one of the, I don't want to throw names, important people in India asked me, KV, can you help? And in less than 2 months, we arranged for, I brought the SBA administrator. I was going to bring the SBA administrator to New Delhi, and I found out that, AmCham was holding their annual conference. So I talked to Ramesh Bajpai, and we collaborated. We had the MOU signing at that event in New Delhi. And I was going to bring the SBA administrator, but President Bush appointed him as a housing secretary at that time. So I brought the associate administrator for international trade from SBA, and we signed the MOU with US Small Business Administration. And I want to tell you that this is a huge market in America. More than 68% of all employment is grown through small businesses. So please don't ignore the small businesses, and don't, I want you to go after big businesses, but don't forget the small businesses, which are the root cause of our development. Thank you.
No, absolutely, absolutely, Mr. Kumar, and exactly what I was highlighting, that, one of the ways of, sort of getting past this asymmetry and reducing the asymmetry in the society is if we can encourage and grow our MSMEs. And, otherwise it is just that the rich will get richer and the poor poorer. So I think, let us change, tracks a bit.
Not even rich getting richer and poor getting poorer. We want to make poorer getting richer. That's all. I don't want to downgrade the rich one to become poor. But that's not the issue. Well, I know what you mean by that too. What you're meaning is the small businesses, if they grow, they spread the wealth everywhere. That's
Of
what.
course. Of
Thank
course.
you.
So let me invite Mr. Ravindra Chamaria, who is the group chairman of Infinity Group and Infinity Infotech Parks Limited. They have been very supportive of supporting the startup ecosystem and the accelerators in Kolkata. Over to you, Mr. Chamaria. Mr. Chamaria, you're on mute.
Hello, Mr. Chamaria, your audio and video are off. Mr. Chamaria, we would request you to please switch on your audio and video.
Yes, Mr. Chamaria, we can see you and hear you.
I'm sorry, there was some. Thank you, Mr. Basu. Good evening to all. First of all, let me congratulate Bengal Chambers for doing this conclave. This is the 11th edition. Infinity is also a proud partner of this conclave. We have been associated every year since it has been started. And as you know, as far as the Infinity portfolio is concerned, we have played a kind of a catalyst role in development of IT in West Bengal. We were the first to start an fully rewired, building, which is called Infinity, the first intelligent building of this Eastern India. We run around 6 million square feet of IT infrastructure, and we provide all kind of IT infrastructure, whether it is bare cell, whether it is plug and play, whether it is incubation, whether it is furnished space or whatever. Now, we have talked about the technology, and we understand that now the time has come that the startup is the name of the game. And here also we would like to play a role where we can handle the West Bengal's IT startups and give them whatever support we can do from our side. As we have been discussing, and President also mentioned, and the speakers also mentioned, that technology has played a big role, and it has a lot of role to play in future as far as the human is concerned. Yes, the technology for human is very important, and that's now the way of life. But technology should also come with compassion. It should not be just pure technology, as long as it is mixed with compassion. And technology can bring a lot of good value to the society. And the most important thing is that, the entrepreneurs, the new breed of these entrepreneurs who are technology savvy, should look at doing things, development the business which has impact, which has social impact also. If we concentrate on the impact businesses, it has also a lot of profit directly as a revenue, as well as the impact on the society. And as Mr. Kumar will agree with me, there are huge funds waiting all over the world to invest into impact, businesses. So we have partnered with BCC&I to start an accelerator program where we will help and support whatever the startups are needing. And BCC&I is a big platform, and we can bring a lot of things together mentoring, hand-holding, infrastructure, financing, and some business connections. So we are very excited to partner with BCCI to do this accelerator program, and we look forward for various startups to really grow and become unicorn in West Bengal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jamaria, and I think the support which you have been giving and your group has been giving to the startup ecosystem has been very helpful. And I think on behalf of the tech community in West Bengal and in Kolkata, we are always, very thankful for that. And I think it's important that we continue to invest in the startup ecosystem in different ways. Of course, the government is doing its bit, and we from the Bengal Chamber have been also quite proud of being associated with the mentoring program for several startups. And we have been working very closely with Webel as well on this. And, during some of the discourses, we would try and bring a bit more of, what we are doing with them as well. Many of them are working on, very human-centered technology projects. And some of them are, quite advanced, getting close to funding as well. So I think any help that we can give to this community as they grow, and we have quite a few of our members giving them mentoring. One is, of course, the infrastructure that we can provide to them, the technology support we can give to them. Government is, of course, helping with the second one as well. But I think the overall mentoring that we can give to some of them as they get ready to, scale up and be bigger, I am sure that we will do much better in the days to come. With that, Angana, can I hand it over to you?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Basu. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, Mr. Kumar and Mr. Chamaria for joining us in the opening session of the 11th edition of the Bengal Chambers Business IT Conclave. We would also like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, without whose support we couldn't have mounted this program. Our diamond sponsor, MD Software, our gold sponsor, PwC, our silver sponsors, Infinity, NextGen and JIS, our bronze sponsors, CESC, Dr. Reddy's Lab, EasyRex and Mazars. And we'd also like to specially thank the IT&E department of the government of West Bengal and Webel for supporting this endeavor of ours. And we would like to proudly announce that Infinity and the Bengal Chamber has signed an MOU to launch Infinity Bengal Chamber acceleration program. As Mr. Basu mentioned, we have Tech Incubation Center with Webel at Webel Bhavan, supported by Bandhan and other corporates, where we incubate and mentor startups. And with this Infinity Acceleration Program, we would like to take a step forward for acceleration. Incubates who are after their incubation stage, they can join the acceleration program. And we also welcome the other startups who are in our acceleration stage to join this program. So with this, we would like to make a presentation of an audio visual of our Infinity offering. Thank you.
Salt Lake Sector 5, or the nerve center of Eastern India's human capital, is home to more than 900 companies with more than 100,000 professionals employed directly. This is where Infinity Group has acted as the harbinger of IT revolution over the past decades.
We started our journey as Infinity in the year 1996. As a group, we always felt that we should do business which has impact, and can we do something for state of West Bengal and create some IT infrastructure which is the state of art, ahead of its time, and looking at the customer's future requirement.
with numerous green buildings that total over 5 million square feet of green infrastructure scattered within an area of 3 kilometers.
And today, if I see the journey of Infinity from 96 to 2018, I feel very happy that Infinity has played a catalyst role, of course with the support of the government of West Bengal. And today, if I go out of the building and see the vibrant young crowd, and around 200,000 people are working now in Sector 5.
A home of smart thinkers is a marvel called the Infinity Think Tank, which was one of the very first intelligent IT-empowered workspace in Sector 5 that revolutionized the landscape of the area and ushered in an era that raised the benchmark of infrastructure and brought in smart integrated business parks all around.
You know, we are very conscious about the environment. All our buildings are green. Our first green platinum building came 10 years back, which was second in India, 7th in the world. Infinity has taken a vow that all their buildings, whether residential, whether commercial, whether shopping mall, whatever we do, has to be green.
A slew of cutting-edge smart green buildings with a futuristic design and robust engineering followed, such as Infinity Benchmark, Godrej Waterside, Infinity IT Lagoon, Martin Byrne Business Park, Merlin Infinite, and Advance Infinity.
So looking at the requirement of today's youth, entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, we felt that if we give them a tension-free environment, we give them a space which is plug and play, they can come anytime, they can go anytime. For the lady worker, there is a security, and provide all the support which they need.
Infinity Business Center is housed in the award-winning Benchmark and Godrej Waterside building, having state-of-the-art co-working spaces at the heart of Sector 5. Some of the most valued customers of Infinity Business Center being Nissan Motors, Mars Chocolate, Avaya, Kimberly-Clark, Pearson Education and Renault. Fully furnished plug-and-play model, which is scalable at any point of time. Infinity Business Center will offer every single modern amenity and convenience needed by you to crack that $1 million deal.
Today, we have around 400-500 seats. We are expanding it. We will be happy to help these entrepreneurs in whatever manner, including investing with them, mentoring them, and whatever is required to be done. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Technology innovations out of Bengal or out of country, to engage with them and to connect them with Bengal, maybe with the resources which are available in Bengal, with potential startups and very quality education ecosystem, or maybe the market which may be explored by these organizations. So this partnership of ours would also help us in this endeavor to bring new age companies outside the state to connect with Bengal. Thank you. So with this, we move on to the next session, Business Leaders Forum Tech for Good, and this will be moderated by Mr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya. He is the co-chairperson of IT Committee, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and CEO of Wise-Acting Informatics Private Limited. I would request Mr. Bhattacharya to please take the session forward. And before that, I would like to thank all the speakers of our opening session to carve out time from their very busy schedules and join us. Thank you, our audience who are in the webcast and also in all the platforms of the social media here in India, and also the members of the Indian International American Chamber of Commerce to have joined us today. Once again, thanking our sponsors, our diamond sponsor, ND Software's gold sponsor, PwC, silver sponsors, Infinity, NextGen, and JIS, who's also our chief patron, the bronze sponsor, CESC, Dr. Reddy's Lab, EasyRex, and Mazars, and special thanks once again to Government of West Bengal, IT&E Department, and Webel. So with this, I request Mr. Bhattacharya to please take the session forward.
Thank you so much, Angana. A very good evening to all of you. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all to this Business Leaders Forum, Tech for Good. On behalf of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we would like to sincerely thank all of you for being with us in spite of the current challenging times. We are delighted to have business leaders of global repute amongst us in this panel discussion today. Well, understanding the relation between humans and technology is key to responsible development and acceptance of future technologies in almost every application field, be it energy, mobility, health, work, living, learning, or entertainment. Future technologies need to be based on human needs and values at a personal, organizational, and societal level. They will have to adapt their functionality to maximize these needs and values, and in some application fields will have to engage humans at these different levels. In fact, this is one of the conditions for their successful adoption and diffusion. We need to understand better how past technologies have fundamentally changed human existence and how future technologies may impact human beings and their society. This reflection will help to design technologies with maximal value and minimal friction in a responsible way. To quote from an article from McKinsey Digital, firstly, we are on the edge of the next wave of computing power. At one breakfast meeting, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella predicted that 500 million apps will be developed in the next 5 years because tech is becoming so much easier to use. That allows citizen developers, as he referred to them, to create many more applications. Secondly, corporations are becoming educators and making a commitment to lifelong learning. Companies are aware of the need for tech leadership around social responsibility. AI is getting real. And key to this shift is a deeper understanding that when companies implement AI, they need to pay particular attention to changing processes and how people work with the technology. Any change in tech requires a change in the operating model. Yuval Noah Harari, the author of Sapiens, has argued that AI technologies could eventually splinter humanity into two classes. He labels the gods and the useless. Those who can avail themselves of performance augmenting AI and those who cannot. Lastly, technology has a growing role in addressing climate change. With this, I would now request our honorable panelists to share their valuable insights with us today. Our panelists are Mr. Kinesh Doshi, founding CEO of Axion Labs, USA. Mr. Nicholas Perel, partner, head technology and digital solution, Mazars Group. Mr. Sudhir Kothari, founder, CEO and director, MB Software Private Limited. Mr. Sujit Bakshi, president, corporate affairs and business head, emerging markets, Tech Mahindra. And Mr. Ranjit Mithrani, head of sales and solutions, NextGen Infinite Data Center. We start with Mr. Kinesh Doshi, founder and founding CEO, Axion Labs, USA. Good evening, Mr. Doshi.
Good evening to you.
How are you, sir?
Excellent, excellent. Very excited about this session, and thank you. I've been listening to great speakers here, and what an amazing opportunity to speak to people at Bengal Chamber from sitting here in Orlando, Florida.
Sincerely appreciate your participation and your enthusiasm. Delighted to have you with us. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Mr. Doshi, you have been the founding CEO of such an innovation-focused technology services firm at Pittsburgh. In fact, we understand that this was the fastest growing company out of Pittsburgh for 5 years in a row. It has offices across US, Canada, UK, Singapore, India, Middle East, and Malaysia. And you have also been the ENY Best Entrepreneur Award winner and also the president of Young Presidents Organization, Orlando chapter. With this kind of an exemplary experience, kindly allow me, Mr. Doshi, to ask a few questions. We would learn from your huge experience. Firstly, how would you like to define innovation? You have been involved in a lot of disruptive technologies since 2011. And over the years, what in your opinion has had the largest impact on humans?
Thank you. Before I get into the responses to these questions, I want to thank KV Kumar, who spoke just a little bit ago as the Indian American Chamber of Commerce president, who has been very inspirational, and he really connected me to you guys for this session. So that I really wanted to make sure I'm thanking him. He invited me to join the executive committee of the chamber most recently. So really excited about that and the efforts his organization is doing to improve the Indian-American relationships. So I want to maybe back up a little bit and give you a little bit background of where I come from. So I grew up in Delhi. When you're growing up in 1990s in Delhi, doing your college and so on, technology becomes really part of you as an engineer. When I did my first job, I was working in my first job. I was a programmer, and I used to do a lot of software development to automate business workflows and reduce paper. So when people would ask me, what do you do, Mr. Doshi, or what do you do, Kinesh? I would respond by saying, I save trees, right? So really, if you really think about it, technology has come a long way from the times when we were automating workflows, reducing paper usage, to today, where it is really a part of our everyday life. And, I feel like I had the front row seat in this journey as I became an entrepreneur and grew this company, Axion Labs, to a global organization. So now going back to your part of the question, how we define innovation today. In my mind, innovation is anything that improves human life. Actually, not even human life, life in general. And that includes animal life, and that includes plant life. Anything that improves human life. And we do almost 100 plus projects each year in the innovation space. We position ourselves as an innovation engineering organization. So we get a lot of work. I would also like to draw a distinction between invention and innovation. A lot of times we tend to confuse. One of the most obvious thing is that invention is when you're innovating, when you're really doing something new, but innovation could be when you're improving something, right? And the second part is when you apply invention, it becomes innovation. And I wouldn't say commercialized, because not every invention needs to be commercialized, right? It could be for greater good, and we'll talk more about that in this session. As far as Axion is concerned, for us, innovation really gives purpose to our employees. And I'm a passionate believer that employees don't work for you just for salary and work, but they work when you have a purpose. And I think our employees see that we have probably one of the highest retention of employees in this, in our space. Secondly, innovation also has a life cycle. So we are a big believer. You can't discover a new idea. You have to go through a life cycle, a formal process. So those are my thoughts, that anything that improves, and we also believe that some of the best opportunity of innovation lies in the most boring areas. So a lot of people say AI, ML, virtual reality, augmented reality, and we all get excited about these new technologies, but improvement and innovation happens in some of the areas that are you don't even think about it: collaboration, communication, software lifecycle. At least in our space, and I know that's not the theme of this conclave, but there's a lot of opportunity exists of innovation in areas. So at Axion, we call innovation everywhere. That means every aspect of our life can be innovated upon. So that's one part. I think you asked the second part of your question was what you consider as the I guess the most impactful innovation of our times. And I look back, I personally believe mobility, and I know it's today we are all mobile and we use technology every day, but if you think about it, mobility and mission awareness, when your technology knows where you are, that changes the way the technology can assist you. And no one saw pandemic coming, right? But it happened. And today, 43% of world's workforce is able to work remotely. I think 87% of technology workers are able to work remotely. That's a colossal number of people that we are able to retain employed because of the mobility and remote collaboration inventions and innovations that we have done over the years. As I look forward, I don't know how much of research some of the viewers have been doing recently, but there is the concept called distributed applications. And distributed applications are the next frontier of innovation we are going to see, which allows people that are disconnected from the universe, from the Facebook, from the WhatsApp of the universe, and they are able to use that technology in a disconnected manner. It's a technology built around blockchain and other technologies. So I would say that would have the greatest impact.
Thank you so much, Mr. Doshi. While we talk of consumerization of technology, a lot of enterprises still grapple with ERP adoption. Even analytics implementation is quite behind expectations and times. There is a big divide between perception of innovative tech and actual adoption. What are the challenges you face in the adoption of innovative tech, and what do you foresee as the future of technology adoption?
Sure. So I think you are absolutely right, Chiranjeev, that there is this big rift between the haves and have-nots as far as the technology is concerned. And I think the challenges have been around. I see a ray of hope and a ray of light at the end of this tunnel. I see tremendous progress being made in that area. A few things that I feel that's going to occur. And again, particularly with regards to small to medium businesses and their adoption of technology versus enterprises that are usually further ahead on the technology curve. What I see is, first of all, there is going to be, unfortunately, self-selection. Those who cannot adopt newer technologies are going to go away. So I know that's not how we want it to happen, but I think self-selection is going to be very real, and it's going to happen. Now, the challenges that we face, and more importantly, I think that the challenges have been addressed through recent innovation and inventions in the technology. I think the first important thing is software as service. We believe that the SaaS is enabling smaller organizations to access innovation that are larger companies have been doing. So to your point about ERPs and their adoption and then analytics, today you don't need to have very large infrastructure to do analytics. You don't have to buy 5-year licenses for ERPs. So being able to have a subscription-based, SaaS-based software acquisition model, I think that has been a huge enabler in the most recent years. we also believe that there'll be a restructuring of supply chain, which is already occurring. If you think about it from an infrastructure and cloud perspective, I think now you can access these services remotely and online, again on a subscription basis. But I also believe advising, and we at Axion offer a program which is what we call as innovation as a service. So what that means is you don't have to have that high-end IT departments to actually build innovation for you. You could actually take expert advice from other companies at a fraction of a cost of having your own IT organization. So I think some of these innovations in SaaS and ability to really look at a newer supply chains of innovation and innovative advisory services, I think that's good. That's going to help. Also, decentralized apps, as I mentioned to you about earlier, I think that is going to change the world, because that's going to remove the need to keep it. In some ways, it's going to disintermediate some of the larger organizations. And then I think it really will enable you to have the innovation. Finally, I would say open source. I understand open source is something every organization uses to some extent, but that is even further fueled with newer technologies coming. We ourselves are engaged in about 10 to 11 open source projects, and I think accessing open source technology really would help some of the organizations as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Doshi. There has been huge contribution from your organization in the domain of digital transformation. Will you kindly tell us more about the various innovations created by you? And specifically, how did you integrate innovative technologies to create a mind stimulation platform? And what has been the impact of this kind of a platform on the users? We are very keen to know.
Yeah, Chiranjeev, thank you. So that's an excellent question. So so Axion has about, like I said, 100 plus active projects going on at any point in time. We have closer to 2,700 plus employees globally distributed. And so we do a lot of work, and we specialize in working with tech companies. So there's a lot of interesting work we are doing. What I thought is, maybe if it's okay with you, may I share some content here so that makes it a little more visual?
Please.
Are you able to see my content?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so let me just show you some of the interesting innovation Axion does. So we start with a concept called levers of innovation. So we have a big belief that there's an inversion of innovation supply chain has occurred. So remember the days when innovation used to come from the business. Today, innovation comes from the technologists. So think about it. The best transportation app was not built by a transportation person. The best healthcare products are not built by people with healthcare background. So what we are seeing is that innovators are innovating and business people are using those innovations. So this is what I call as inversion of innovation. And there are many different levers that you can press to create an innovative solution. And I don't believe there is a solution called a cloud solution or a mobile solution. When you combine these levers of innovation, you create something amazing. And that's what we call as an innovative product. So to your point about, let me show you the first product. And I'm just going to quickly jump through some of the innovations just to give you a visual of what type of work we do. So this is a product company out of the Bay Area, and we collaborated with them to create mind stimulation platform. And what it does is it has a hardware, it has of course a software and a web platform, which software runs from the mobile app, and you actually activate this hardware device that is sitting on your forehead and kind of sends electrical signals to your brain. Initially, the product was designed to create peace and happiness vibes, and it was pretty amazing. I was the guinea pig for the product in the early years, and pretty exciting to be part of that journey. And then today, the same technology is being used to actually cure autoimmune diseases because it can activate certain signals in your brain. So this is just an example of the work, and this is all done by Axion, distributed between different, our US office, our India office. They all collaborated in building the firmware, the software, the mobile platform, everything. So that's just an example of, this is an interesting, another product that we built where this is for a very large health system out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And what the product does is, historically, doctors and nurses would analyze thousands and thousands of x-rays to determine what should be done to a specific orthopedic patient, particularly around the knee problems. Now we're using AI ML to actually create pathways automatically. And this has reduced the work by 80% for doctors and nurses. So as an example where AI ML is being used to direct a case in a certain direction, and then humans are not, and people have to really come every month for x-rays and then go back, and then so it's really a lot of automation has been brought in, and the concept is being applied to other specialties within the same hospital system. Here is a utility company that is, water is a scarce resource, we all know, and in US, water companies are municipalities. They don't have the technology, they don't have the advancements. They are unable to do that because these are really small municipalities that run the water service. And so using a digital platform, we are trying to actually automate a lot of process, including fraud detection, leak detection, again using AI ML, virtual voice activated interfaces, and so on, safety, compliance of workers that are fixing water problems. So just an example of how technology can change. Here is a transportation example. Within the transportation space, what happens is a lot of accidents occur because of driver mistakes, and drivers make mistakes because they sometimes they don't have they're overworking, their license is expired, they are handling wrong vehicle type. It's a very common problem in the industry. And so what this particular platform does is detects such problems ahead of time. It looks at your driving history and predicts what particular truck driver is most likely to cause an accident, and what kind of corrective remedial actions or corrective preventive actions the system has to take. For example, doing another training, getting another license, and so on. So it's just another example of how human life can be improved upon. This is an example from the pandemic COVID-19 situation where, I said 43% of the workers are able to work remotely. What about the remainder of the workers? They are all frontline workers. They're working in the field, and they need tremendous help in being safe. So this is it's a product called Safely. It's available on Play Store and App Store. You can download it. What the product does is it enables you to create zones in your workforce. It enables you to do contact tracing and all kinds of interesting stuff. It enables you to measure temperatures and create surveys and all that. So this product has been launched during the pandemic, over almost 3 months of development. So another really actively used in schools, in frontline workers everywhere. This is a platform, critical event platform, that we've collaborated with. What the product does is it enables you to track your employees and any critical event. For example, a hurricane is occurring in Florida. It can track how many of your employees are currently in Florida and enable you to do disaster recovery for those employees. If there's a riot in a certain town or a city, it tracks all of them. So it's just a fantastic way to track all your assets, most important assets, your people, and ensure the safety of those. So again, through these examples, the point I'm trying to convey is that when you take each technology individually, it doesn't create as much of an impact on human life. But when you combine all these levels of innovation, you can create something amazing, and that can either connect us, improve our lives, make us healthier. And I think we just feel so passionate about it. I can go on and on. We have, like I said, hundreds of examples of these. But I think through these few examples, I wanted to highlight how innovation is helpful.
Thank you for this wonderful insights, Mr. Doshi. If time permits, I'll come back to you with one more question later. Thank you so much. We'll move to Mr. Nicholas Perel, Partner and Head, Technology and Digital Solution, Mazars Group. Good evening, Mr. Nicholas.
Good evening.
How are you, sir?
All of you. Thank you very much. Good evening to all of you. Greetings from France.
Thank you so much for joining, Mr. Nicholas. Sincerely appreciate. You have been leading the technology and digital solutions for Mazars Group, and we understand for more than 22 years with Mazars in France, in US and UK, and you've been providing IT consulting services across various industries, specifically financial services. You have had huge experience with global commercial and investment banks, insurance companies, retail and manufacturing groups, and you have also demonstrated huge experience in digital transformation programs as well as cybersecurity programs. May I ask you, sir, with technology invading human life in every sphere, we are extremely vulnerable, and cybersecurity assumes a larger-than-life role to safeguard us. Do you think we are adequately protected with increasing exposure to innovative technology? That was my first question.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this question, and thank you again for inviting me for this very interesting panel. So we're swimming in a sea of extreme complexity. So with a workplace, at home, looking at new technology and innovation. So Mr. Doshi demonstrated that we are within the world of great innovations, and more and more we're exposed to those new technology, and obviously we need to protect ourselves, not only the organization, but mostly the humans. So what we've seen in the last few years is the development of many new solutions to protect environment, not only at work, but also in our private lives. And most of them have been efficient, but with new technology like AI and IoTs, so we're facing new challenges. And those AI, they have been pretty efficient in reducing false positive, but they're not been doing necessarily a great deal of providing great deal of result when it comes to really mimicking what humans are looking for. So for the last few years, and we've seen that at Mazars, working in various jurisdictions and collaborating with startups, that more and more technology are getting into more human behavior. So they really looking at targeted attacks, and they really adapt the way and they are able to adapt the security. So to give you an example of things that I think are pretty smart, it's deceptive technology. So it's really taking a different stance. Instead of protecting something, these technology are trying to, like honeypots, they are trying to attract bad people, attackers, to fake addresses, to fake resources, and so they are trapped. They are trapped in a way that actually alarm are popping up to the people that are managing security. So and I think what's really interesting is the fact that although we're developing more and more advanced technology using AI, using different innovations, on the other side, bad actors, they are developing the same kind of technology. So we're still trying to catch the bad people. And I think what I've seen in the last year also, we're maybe getting a step ahead of them. So to answer really your question, I would say I think we're getting protected. Is it perfect? No, but with the innovations, I'm pretty sure that we'll be a little bit ahead of the bad people, and so that will have a really positive impact on humans.
Thank you so much. With the pandemic and remote working, how is digital security being managed? And in future, what do you think are the additional investments that organizations need to make to manage this scenario?
Yeah, so it's again a great question, and really I would say actual question. So what I've seen in the UK, in France, for companies that were not necessarily prepared for this kind of crisis, and having a significant amount of their workforce working from home, they actually did not anticipated having enough laptops for people being able to work from home, having the right bandwidth, the right protection tunneling, so the VPNs in place, actually large enough and strong enough to cope with the volume. And so, and I've seen, even for large corporation, IT, internal IT, getting into supermarket, buying laptops because they have to continue to work. And so that created a significant amount of stress on their systems, because they were putting new assets and new resources that were not vetted before, and so most of the burden finally relied on humans. And as you know, and I think this is something that won't be new for anyone, we're as strong as our weakest link, and usually the weakest link is the human. And so humans, they make errors, they make mistakes. When it comes to security and for instance, phishing or social engineering, they click on emails. And even for those that are trained, sometimes they want to move too fast, and so they click and it's too late. So and criminals and bad people, they know that, and they know it, and they use it all the time. So what I would say, the first investment that needs to be done, it's on people's awareness. Too often, IT and cybersecurity experts and CISO, and they are relying too much on the technology, and they are putting a little bit on the side the humans that are using technology. And so awareness program, although they are provided to employees, I think they are not enough developed, and they need to be created in the way that is part of a program. So with testing, with some kind of award, making a contest. That's the way I think that will be the most effective. And for that, you need to invest in such program. The other thing, and as the head of NCSC, which is a National Cybersecurity Center in the UK, was saying, if security doesn't work for people, it doesn't work. So I think now it's really time to have human-centric approach on cybersecurity. So as I say, most of the time we were focusing on the technology and less on the people. So now it's really time to have an holistic and more practical approach. You know, I'm going to give you an example. On the guideline of the NIST, so which is the National Institute of Standards and Technology in the US. So they changed their guideline on the password. We know that most of the time we need to have a complex password. We need to change it periodically. Usually it's more often than other. So which is really annoying for employee and humans, because you have so many passwords, you have a complexity and needs that are different, and you make mistake, and at some point you write down the passwords. So what the NIST is promoting now, it's to have a password that you can remember, which is really unusual. Quite long, you have to remember, and those passwords doesn't need to be changed quite often. It's just a matter of having something that you can remember that is long, and you can actually keep it longer than it used to be, and which is really counterintuitive. And you know, I think where we need an investment, it's really on the cybersecurity industry, where specialists, they need to spend more time understanding why people do what they do, and as a way to actually find solution, and instead of, you know, labeling people are stupid, because that's what they think. So I think they need to invest in more human-centric tools like continuous adaptive risk and trust, and to actually do some analysis on what would be the normal behavior of a human. And so I think you know, more than, you know, companies investing in new tools, I think it's the industry that needs to invest in more human-centric tools. And so at the end, that's what the organization and human will get, and will be more protected.
That was excellent. That was really excellent. One last quick question. How is technology helping you to accelerate the adherence to regulatory and compliance standards? And how are you able to audit risk and assurance standards using tools like RPA, AI, bots, blockchain, etc.?
Yeah, so I think, you know, for us, looking at new technology, I mean, for us and for the profession, audit and consulting, looking at new technology is I think a tremendous opportunity of getting things that are for most of the company time consuming and with no value for organizations. You know, most of the time, you know, when we interact with clients on compliance or regulatory matters, they just invest when they need to. And actually, you know, using new technology like RPA, like machine learning, AI, bots, it's a good way for them to actually have, you know, the machines doing the work, and then at the end put on the side and just provide to the authorities, you know, the results of what they need to provide. And actually, for us, looking at the standards and the standards and the regulatory obligations, we more and more were using some of those technology. Let me give you an example. We provide a service that is called DPO outsourcing. So for some of the organizations that are outside Europe, if they have some operation in Europe, they need to comply with GDPR, which is a tremendous amount of work for everyone. I mean, on the company side, because it's a really stringent regulation. So I know that in India you'll have something that is pretty similar. But for the sake of the example, I will use GDPR. And for GDPR, what we try to do for this part, it's to we use a chatbot that are accessible by our clients to ask questions about whether or not some of the personal information needs to be protected, the way it needs to be protected, and based on the country, you have additional piece of regulation that are required to protect information. And so we're able, using new technology like a chatbot, to streamline this process and provide a low cost service to the client and actually comply with the regulation. So on RPA is the same. And the other example is using machine learning. So being able to actually flag some of the contracts in insurance companies. So using machine learning, we're able to do so on the entire population instead of using only some sample. So that creates a tremendous amount of savings, and actually you're closer to compliance. And regarding the other part of your question, so to be able to look at those new technology, the way they are worked at companies, you need to know exactly how it works. And usually we use our consultants that are doing implementation of those tools to explain to auditors how they work, to be able to actually assess whether or not the tool is properly implemented, is providing the service is supposed to, and actually is getting the proper results. And as such, we're using RPA to control some errors in data when you have manual interaction with data. We're using also AI when it comes to operation processes that are not non-rules based, and to embedded some controls in those processes. And actually, what we've seen is that we're becoming virtual auditors. So quite far from humans. And I think we're humans that are more focused on added value work than really things that were time consuming, thanks to new technologies.
Thank you so much for these amazing insights. Thank you. Before I move to our next panelist, I would request the audience to kindly put in your questions in the chat box, and we will definitely try and cover as much as possible out of them. Moving to Mr. Sudhir Kothari, founder, CEO, and director, MB Software. Very good evening, Mr. Sudhir Kothari. How are you, sir?
Ranjeev, good evening. Very good evening to you and to everybody else once again.
So, Mr. Kothari, you have been such a successful entrepreneur, a dynamic leader, and you have built MB Software today to a 100 million organization over the past 34 years. And in fact, I have been fortunate enough to witness this journey of yours also in the past 13-14 years. And what we have seen is your leadership style can be best described as entrepreneurial. with you constantly inculcating in your team a culture of swift decision-making, ownership, and customer centricity. May I ask a few questions to you, sir? The first question being, according to IDC, small and medium-sized businesses will look to harness transformative technologies to support digitalization, which will lead to future growth. Now, what according to you is the technology trend that acts as a catalyst to growth in the SMB sector, and why?
Thanks, Chiranjeev, and thanks for inviting me on the panel. First of all, let's define SMB, in India. So I'm sure you're talking from India perspective. So I'm saying in India, then SMB, I'll say, is from 20 to 200 people organization with a turnover of 10 crores to 250 crores, usually. So if I assume this is the SMB segment in India, then I will say that meaningful tech, I think Mr. Doshi was also talking about the same thing. Meaningful tech is hugely under-penetrated. I think 70% of the SMB market in India today. And frankly speaking, tech is the backbone of any business today. Whether it's a large enterprise or a small enterprise, does not matter. With tech today, and same thing which I want to repeat again, what Mr. Doshi was saying, that tech is available today on pay-as-you-give basis with little cost, with little risk. Today, people can actually, or SMBs can actually embrace world-class technologies at a fraction of the cost, which used to cost very high earlier times. So cost of experiment and failure has reduced tremendously today, which is one of the reasons why tech should get embraced as soon as possible in SMB. The reason being, today being compliance, banking, client transaction, etc., is all getting today digitized. Hence, for SMB to scale their business, which your question is, and to remain in control of their business and stay compliant, so important in today's world, and to be relevant to their client at the same time, I think they need to have host of technologies implemented. But I'm very sorry to say, but there are SMBs who have not got meaningful technologies implemented as yet in India. Technology like something like ERP, for example, something like workplace modernization is not there, especially in this pandemic time. Workplace modernization is so important, which includes like secured mailing system or a secured work from anywhere solution, not from work from home, work from anywhere solution, like video conferencing and collaboration tools. Adoption of cloud technology is so important. Simple things like CRM, for example, business intelligence, which you are talking about today, analytics is so important. How do we get the informed data to take informed decisions, for example? Human capital management, so important. The moment you have more than 50, 100 employees, it's so important that you have human capital management end-to-end solution implemented. I think it's very important that today SMB deploys these kind of technologies. And I agree with Mr. Doshi very much that faster they do, better is for them, because I feel they will perish very soon. It's unfortunate, we don't want it, but they will perish because technology is becoming backbone.
Thank you so much. You have been constantly evolving, diversifying into multiple IT services, morphed into a product-centric company, then expanded into offering cloud services. Has COVID-19 inspired you to offer any new technology offering? How agile are you in terms of creating new service offerings and delivering to your customers? And how is technology adding value there?
Okay, so I'll take a little bit, talk about a little bit of MB, what we have gone through 34 years. I'll just add that and I'll relate to that basically. So when we started 34 years back, I'll say when we started selling cutting edge solutions, and that happened in this new century, 2000, when 2000 started. So I always believed in the phrase, one need to walk the talk. I can't just keep going selling and I don't actually implement at my place. And so one of the first thing we did was whenever we had new technology coming in, we actually embraced those technologies to whatever extent possible, and we implement internally also at the same time. So, we were SMB, for example, in 2003-4, we were what, 30-40 crore company. And we implemented, right mailing system or ERP in 2007, or, entire O365 suite in 2012-13, CRM, dashboards 2015-14. So everything we implemented, I think by 2015-16, we were actually implementing everything. And once we became development organization, for example, cloud services, we implemented all development related technologies so that, we are professional with our clients. Now soon we are going to, in fact, embrace DevOps in our development process and the cloud adoption framework. So this is, for example, this is never ending. So this entire. So agility is the key in any business today, more so in tech, for example, business. So I must say that our agility has gained speed with time, and as was the need. So for example, in the year 2000, so we used to change probably in 3 to 4 years time. Probably now we have to change in 6 to 12 months time. That's the kind of speed we need to have. And if we don't have it, we will not be relevant to our stakeholders or employees also at the same time. Take, for example, we embraced cloud as a go-to-market strategy or business model in the year 2014, and we were just reselling those days. Today, we are consulting and delivery solution on advanced stacks like data modernization, DevOps, app modernization, cloud migrations, complete cloud migration services, modern workspace security, collaboration, workflow, everything we're doing it today. And this is all happening in 4 to 5 years time. And that's the speed I'm talking about. And if you have not done this, you would have been irrelevant today in the cloud business world. And the best part is that we can see that more changes are coming in the future. We are talking about AI, blockchain, everything is coming, and we have to get ready for it. So your question that what we did when the pandemic hit. So as the pandemic hit in March, we saw the client biggest challenge, the priority shifted to providing remote services, remote working of the employees in a secured environment. And as an organization, which was already into cloud computing, it did not take much of time to start giving solution both on VDI and WVD. So that was the first thing we did. We implemented almost 50 clients in the first 3-4 months. We migrated more customers to cloud in 4 months, first 4 months, what we did in 2 years' time. So all this we did where 100% of our employees were working from home because we had embraced technology internally. And we shifted to work from anywhere overnight on 17th March. We did not have to do anything extra to enable our team because tech was already implemented in our place. So I think huge, COVID-19 taught us a lot of things. COVID-19 gave us opportunity being in the tech business, and I've just given you 2 or 3 solutions example. There were multiple such solutions which we actually embraced. Some of the new solutions which we embraced, and we actually delivered it to client.
Thank you so much. My last question to you: what would be your message to emerging entrepreneurs?
There are a lot of messages that cannot stop. I cannot finish it in 2 minutes. But I think I'll give from my experience. Everybody has their own experiences in life. We all learn with experiences. We make mistakes in life. So I'll say first is all entrepreneurs have to have infinite mindset here. Because the company lives more than the promoter, because the entrepreneur has to focus on long-term impact and value creation. They cannot see a short term that, okay, I am just going to create some business and I'm going to make some profit and just go out. It cannot happen. Then you're not an entrepreneur, basically. So you have to have a long-term view of what you're doing. Second is, I think, very important is inclusiveness. The attitude that this business is not about me only. We always think this business belongs to me. or belongs to my family. It's not so. So there are various stakeholders in the business which makes you successful. And I think the interests of those stakeholders have to be given priority. Example, you go ups and down in life. And if you have a problem in cash flow, you have to first give salary to your people rather than taking it home. I'm just talking from that perspective. Example, I'm just giving an example. So inclusiveness is very important. You deliver on commitment to your stakeholders is very important, whoever your stakeholders are. Third is trust. You need to build trust with the stakeholders and all stakeholders, whether it's client, whether you're bankers, whether you're employees, whether you're partners. You have to build trust. So important. Which means you have to deal with all fairness and transparency. Very important. So you build system. I think I've been able to retain my best of employees for years because I've been transparent in my business completely. I've created, a lot of entrepreneurs don't want to show what profits they are making. I tell them what profits you're making and dashboards are created, So I think it's very important that fairness and transparency is maintained. Very important is stay compliant in business. A lot of people try to take shortcut. First thing in my life I learned from my grandfather was, if you want to be happy in life, pay taxes, pay your taxes. Build balance sheet. It will help you grow because it will help you grow business rapidly. So very important. Fourth is important is humbleness. I think when you do business, you start getting success in life. And that's in when arrogance start creeping in. So I think humbleness brings in more opportunity to people. It will bring in opportunity to grow. And I think that the moment you start becoming arrogant, that's the start of the downfall of individual as well as the business. So very important to be humble in life and humble in business too. The fifth is very important, is social responsibility. An attitude of giving back to society, attitude of both, it will give a satisfaction to you at the individual level also at the same time. Because it's a duty it is a duty to basically be responsible towards giving back to the society. And we can have various methods to doing that. It can be through method of giving back in wealth. Chiranjeev, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I think there can be various methods of giving this back. It can be through wealth, it can be through personal effort, or it could be through transfer of knowledge. And I always believe there is always saying that the moment you limit your gain and limit it to serve yourself and your family, the universe also provide you that much only. And if you start thinking of and expand your horizon basically to serve a bigger cause, so automatically the universe conspires to make it happen for you. It's all about the attitude. And I think it's my personal experience. Last, I would like to mention that young entrepreneurs should embrace the learning of Bhagavad Gita. They can get answers to all their questions and life challenges there. It teaches us how to lead a dynamic life while being peaceful. And I say, don't wait for the old age to come. This is a divine knowledge. One needs it when you are young and active. I think this is very important. This has impacted me in my life. I follow this for the last 25 years. And I think this has really helped me in every situation of life. I think these are some of the things which probably I felt that I must share. There are many things learning during the COVID time. During my entrepreneurship period. But I think I just thought that came to my mind 4 or 5 things which I thought that I can share with you.
Simply amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you once again for joining us and taking such an active participation and playing such an active role. I'll move to Mr. Sujit Bakshi, President, Corporate Affairs and Business Head, Emerging Markets, Tech Mahindra. Good evening, sir.
Can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
Sir, thank you once again. Sincerely appreciate your participation. We are aware of the reputation that you have globally as a business leader in people management, operations management, corporate strategy. Being a visionary and a strategist for decades in the industry and possibly over 30 years in the IT industry, we are aware to some extent of the enormous role that you have played in rapid growth of all the organizations where you have been. In fact, I have been fortunate enough, sir, to see you build HCL, HCL Group as well as HCL Technologies. So once again, sir, our sincere gratitude to you for joining us. May I request you to kindly start your presentation, sir, on today's subject, technology for humans, post which, if you allow me, I'll come up with a few questions.
Yeah, but thank you so much, Chiranjeev, for this opportunity. It allows me to go back to my roots. I basically belong to Kolkata. I studied there up to my graduation. And this allows me to go back to my roots, Bengal Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, Chiranjeev, because we worked together as colleagues in HCL, when I spent about 20 years out of the total 40 years that I worked, maybe he was a little extra generous to me on his compliments. But having cut that, I have a presentation which is on the screen, small presentation. And I think nothing could have been more relevant as far as AI is concerned, technology is concerned, in the current pandemic, especially in a country like India. And every country has its own challenge. You know, Nicholas, you are from France, you have your own challenges. I have operations in Italy. I have 500 people in Pininfarina, and Italy is gone through upheavals. UK up and down. Everybody has its own challenges, but India is endowed with additional challenges, with 1.3 billion people, very remote, multiple dialects, multiple languages, multiple culture. Extremely inaccessible infrastructure, but I think the technology has, in advance of pandemic, the technology, just a simple Aadhaar card, a single number, has actually helped us. Not that we are aware of the pandemic, but I think that the technology investments made by the government, and I really appreciate the government. Irrespective of political affiliation, I don't belong to any political party, but just as the investment made by this government in the past 4 or 5 years has actually helped us to deal with pandemic much more elegantly than it was expected for a country with diverse problems. In addition to the pandemic and the COVID, we have the border tensions, we have the typhoon, and we have multiple things coming at various points of time. We have the farmer agitation, something or other, and the political divide. Cost of elections are very, very high. I think the technology is what has helped us, and today there are vivid examples that in India, contact tracing at such a massive scale and spread was possible because of technology investment by the government way ahead of time. I'll come to my small presentation. One is how AI or technology relevant and today, and then I'll come to specific as to how Tech Mahindra has been involved from my personal experience. So, Chiranjeev, if you have the control on the screen, can you flip it? So, at an overall level, involve material living standards, access to better products, generate new sources of income, technology, and this is true everywhere. This is not only India, but everywhere. And the whole world is perhaps balancing between life and livelihood, whole world, in different forms and shape. Need for innovation, access to collaboration, remote working tools will drive more job opportunities. I know the lockdown sets back job opportunities intermittently, but if we did not have the technology, the job loss would have been much more severe than what we have today. The remote working today, 70%, 80% of employees, my employees, are not only working from remote locations, but from their hometowns and still providing service. Improved health and longevity, AI-powered drug research, personal lifestyle wearables that can help individuals monitor the health and track improvements. And this health and longevity, and I think one of the panelists was doing some interesting work on this. This has not been necessitated after the pandemic, after March. These inventions have been going on, at least in India. The inventions have been going on for quite a while. In my opinion, I've been involved in at least 2 years in various drug research and molecular research for any kind of virus. Education. It's sad to see my grandchildren sitting at home. But if this remote education is not possible, and when they can't go out, with the pollution levels in Delhi, which is an additional harassment and hindrance to a lifestyle, if this was not there, the education system would have completely collapsed. Everything is going on, including the common admission test, the joint entrance exam, everything is going on. And perhaps students are more in touch with their teachers today than in a physical environment. Since technology will help us not to set back a year or two of education. Technology, yeah, can you hear me? Am I not audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, absolutely.
Sorry. And sustainability as well as innovation needs to embedded in adoption. We come back to go to the next slide, Chiranjeev, if you help me to proceed. This is what we are doing at Tech Mahindra, at workplace, and so we call it TechM Now, or not TechM Next. We started with TechM Next, but we actually call it TechM Now. The next has to come now. And in my opinion, the COVID has actually accelerated the use of technology than ever before. And I see a lot of opportunities. Maybe I might be sounding very mercenary, but I see COVID has opened up new opportunities to do business. I can tell you I handle various parts of the world in terms of business. India is the only place where not a single project or discretionary spend has been aborted. But in other parts of the world where I do business, a lot of discretionary spending has gone, especially related to technology, and we're a technology firm. India might have deferred by a quarter, but all the large business or new business that we had signed, not a single one have been cancelled. And we have signed new contracts as on March 31st. A COVID time, in the COVID period, post-COVID, in India, we have signed about $200 million of contracts in the last 3 months, just India. Workforce, so at TechM, we have a 24/7 K2, we call it, query management, workforce action, basically pipeline folly. I'm sure this is true for many other organizations. Emotion support by active listening and engaging in fun way by telling jokes and general trivia. Voice and visual face recognition, this is something we are the first to do. We have done face recognition, where it sense the mind, sense the emotion when an employee enters the workplace and when an employee leaves the workplace. And especially in a BPO business, which is a part of our IT business also in addition to, an employee or real asset moves in and out 24 times a day. So 12 to 24 hours every year, there's a shift change of some real asset coming in, some real asset walking in. So very, very important to do the emotive capture of things. Virtual onboarding, I'm sure this is more of a necessity. Book my seat, so where 30%, 20% of employees are coming on a rotational basis to the office. The mobile app allows you to book your workplace. Canteen app, I think I'm sure a lot of you have done. Physical wellness and posture, so we do it around the year, and this is more true or more relevant in work from home because we are stuck in a room because you don't have a workplace or go to the coffee shop or go to the quiet area. So actually you're stuck, and obviously this, I think we do it almost every 2 hours, we do it for the employees. They can opt, nothing is forced. Palmlift, the mobile learning platform with AI recommended courses. Upskilling as a service, we have multiple upskilling. And actually, we launched a program 3 years back. In hindsight, perhaps it shows that it was a strategy, but it was actually a strategy. We said IT to data, information technology to digital technology. And we actually, out of 100,000 people, before the pandemic, 40,000 people are trained on digital technology. Today, about 45% of our global business and 80% of India business is digital. Digital is not just going into a portal and touching the portal. Digital, in the real sense of digital, as the way NASSCOM defines digital. Can you go to the next slide, please? FlexSci, this is a AI-based skill by which the employees can choose, and I know all of you are from the software industry, there is a lot of resistance of project managers to release their employees for a new project. So we have made it very, very democratic. An employee can go to the portal and choose which is the next assignment he or she needs to go and what training he or she needs between the current project and new one. Upskilling as a service, I just shared that, fit for future, workplace next. Our Makers Lab is our innovation. Can you go back once, please, Chiranjeev? It's something that we have created, a Makers Lab, the innovation arm of Tech Mahindra. We will leverage AI to conduct research and find potential therapeutic drugs for treatment of COVID-19. There's something more that is still to announce by government, where we work very actively. We're also working very actively to be prepared for mass distribution of COVID vaccine as and when it comes. Not only production, gearing up for production. Whoever produces those labs, or the lab in Pune or which are other lab which gets the Oxford vaccine, or which vaccine Oxford is perhaps more suitable because it doesn't require -70 degrees. So we worked on that. We worked on transportation. We were ready with the solution for transportation and delivering to 100 million people in a period of 30 days. We are ready with the technology as and when the government decides to do it. Can you go to the next one? I think what we have also done is the gig workforce. We are taking advantage of the gig workforce, and we have an open platform by which people can opt to work on projects at his or her free time on pay-as-you-serve kind of basis. When you say pay-as-you-serve, you had mentioned about pay-as-you-serve, software as a service for clients. I'm saying I'm doing pay-as-you-serve to our gig workers across the globe. I think that's all that I have. I don't want to go to anything more. Technology, I think the banking service, and I think nowhere in the world have we seen 800 million people being brought into the banking system, and perhaps some duplicate banks are there, through the government scheme that was launched much ahead of the COVID for going to a cashless economy. 800 million people just on Aadhaar card taking advantage of that. 800 new bank customers, which has helped us to do direct benefit transfer, DBT. And that is a phenomenal. And I do work for State Bank of India. The Uber product has been designed by Tech Mahindra. The CRM runs on us. And the amalgamation of 5 subsidiaries was done by one system. They retained their core banking, but we did the connection to one system, was done by us. I mean, they are adding roughly 500,000 customers every month. So the system is actually crashing today. And in many other parts of the globe, they will have 500,000 customers over a period of last 2 decades. State Bank is adding 500,000 every month. So that's the mass at which India operates. And I think today what we experiment in India will actually go global. We also run the largest emergency response center in the world. We get 100,000 calls every day. And in that emergency center, dial 100. We are measured by number of suicides that we have been able to save. That's our measurement and KPI with the AP government. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'll be happy to answer any question that you have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for these wonderful insights. In fact, the presentation answers a lot of questions which we would definitely want to know. A couple of questions, if you allow me. One of them being that, is there any specific investment or initiative which you would be planning with the government towards more and more skill development towards emerging technologies, sir?
So with the government, of course, we are doing more of creating platform pro novo platforms. One is the employment generation, where is the matching the rural skill set in a very remote place with the jobs available in that center, that location, matching and doing the interviews on a phone, matching of resumes. We have developed that thorough platform, which we launched and working with the government to implement that on a larger scale. Skill development, again, our innovation lab, Makers Lab, has got large number of startup entrepreneurs whom we do mentoring, coaching, and upskilling. And we help them to generate a product which we use our global reach of 800 customers across the globe and about 700 sales guys across the globe. We take their products, which is developed in a lab, to global market. Not only in India, we have now launched it in Bangladesh as well.
That's great, sir. Sir, any specific investment to create a unique employee experience within TechM? You have already spoken of certain measures of creating.
Whether it is face recognition, we have also done HealthCube. HealthCube is a product where every employee that comes to our facility to work, when they decide to come to work or when they're scheduled to work, we have a test with a very small device, and we call it the My Health, the HealthCube, which actually tests your possibility of getting affected by COVID. It's a risk factor assessment. It's not a COVID vaccine. It is not a COVID testing. But we assess. So when the risk factor goes to level 3, we tell the employees, go and do the test. So that's done at all our centers across India.
Thank you, sir. One last quick question, sir. The pace of technological innovations are really not commensurate with the growth in adoption of technology in different countries. So at your level, sir, how do you balance strategy and investment?
So I don't know, different countries have different experience. Again, I'm a very proud Indian, and sorry, people who are from the US and France, nothing wrong. I'm here also very nationalistic, and you should be nationalistic. Because I think whatever I've got in life is because of the education this country gave me, and I've been on scholarship all through my life. So I think it's the least that I can give back and be proud of being an Indian. I think the adoption of technology, if you look at farm to fork, the farm produce to the fork, you look at that. If you look at blockchain being used for cross-country. If you look at all that, I think India is ahead of many other countries in terms of taking technology to the absolutely remotest of the individual life in a remotest corner. The technology adoption has been, if you look at the current farm protest is going, and I don't think why this protest is going on. I mean, the farmer I've extensively traveled in Northeast, a territory that I love, from Shillong, a very dynamic chief minister. But the terrain is so difficult. Their natural produce is fruits and vegetables, right? Now they can't transport it from there. They can't warehouse it. There's no technology. So I think today the government of a farmer, by the farmer who produces something at 2 rupees, and it is sold in the marketplace at 10 rupees, the farmer only gets 3 rupees, 7 rupees is by the middleman. To the government, and first ITC took that move in India, but I think the government has done a phenomenal job of telling the farmer and the buyer to meet and sell at a price which is mutually agreed. Now that kind of use of technology for a farmer in a remote village in Madhya Pradesh to sell to a guy who is in Haryana, I think is an amazing platform that has been created. And the technology has touched that farmer in a remote village in Madhya Pradesh. And they're adopting.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for everything, and thank you for joining us today. I move to Mr. Ranjit Metrani, Head of Sales and Solutions, NextGen Infinite Data Center. Good evening, Mr. Ranjit Metrani.
Good evening, Charanjit.
How are you, sir?
Good.
Thank you so much once again for joining us today. You have nearly 3 decades of professional experience in leadership positions, and you have been an accomplished technology business leader with extensive experience in sales, P&L, business alliances, enterprise hardware, software, cloud, data centers, partner management, and a proven track record of driving high growth businesses. May I request you, Mr. Ranjit, to make a quick presentation, post which I have a couple of questions for you. My only request is, actually we have little time left, because our learned and knowledgeable panelists have really engaged us so intensely that my request is, if we can quickly go through your presentation, Mr. Ranjit, and then it should be followed by a couple.
Yes, thanks, Charanjit. At the outset, thanks to Bengal Chamber of Commerce for giving us this opportunity and getting engaged with such esteemed panelists. So what I'll do is the context of my presentation is to all the discussion that actually happened. So I'll quickly share my screen and present a quick presentation across. Is it visible?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so quickly, NextGen Data Center, we've been in this business for about 8+ years now, funded by marquee investors like Intel and World Bank. We've been in this business for serving cloud services across the country, and we have about 4 active data centers across the country. Now, we all spoke about technology and technology for good. And I used to ask this in many sessions as to which is that one technology which has changed human life. And the first thing, there were a lot of answers in terms of which technologies actually change human life. But there's one thing which actually stands out and which is very, very relevant when you see a picture which I'll share, is this one, the smartphone itself, right? You can ultimately, to reach people, any of these platforms which we are discussing, the smartphone and the internet itself has enabled in a very big way for technology to reach ultimately humans. But in spite of the fact that we have this technology which is very great, and there's, the panelists spoke about a lot of new technologies which are already prevalent, you still see these kind of boards everywhere, right? Social distancing boards, which are probably, you walk into a restaurant and you see these boards which are still prevalent in spite of whatever technologies which exist today in the world. And these are very, very common. Why are these common? In spite of the fact that technology is so pervasive, you still see this. And if you look at the history of technology, ultimately, technology has to reach people. And if you look at the history of technology, you'll be surprised at the amount of time today it takes to ultimately reach people, because technology has to reach people. And this, if you look at a slide, which is obviously from the web, typically, the telephone, for example, took about 50 years to reach 50 million users, whereas, for example, a Pokemon could do it in 19 days. Now, what it means ultimately is how pervasive the smartphone has become in terms of reaching out to every human being. Now, technology permeates in every single aspect, right? Today, there are 2.5 billion smartphones which are there. India itself is going to touch about 760 million smartphones by probably next year. So very clearly you have a technology across everywhere. But one of the challenges of India, and when we were speaking about technology, is the aspect of rural India. That if you actually look at it, there is the broadband penetration in rural India is just about 29%, which is the biggest challenge as far as the India itself faces. Because if you want technology to permeate into the rural India, you really need that kind of connectivity, which is very important. But interestingly, if you look at a McKinsey report, and this is in the context of what we just spoke about, typically these are the areas which are relevant for humans, which are job security, standards of living, education, health, equal opportunities, and environmental sustainability. Now, there are three big areas which are very relevant to changing all of these aspects, and which is data and AI, which everybody spoke about, connectivity and platforms, and robotics. Now, all of these technologies which we today speak about, there are certain things which you need to run these technologies. Now, the three dimensions of this tech enablement are largely the infrastructure, platform, and the application itself. Now, we as service providers are the key to providing these three things which are relevant for us to permeate all those technologies to all the human which is out there. So we are one of the largest cloud service providers in India. We run, in fact, when somebody was speaking about COVID, we run the Ministry of Health COVID platform on our cloud. We run the Election Commission, for example, on our cloud. So we run some of these very, very critical projects across for the government, and we run it across our data centers which are there. So the key part is all these three pieces become very relevant when it comes to any technology platforms, which is what we want to take it to market. Now, one of the biggest challenge is a need of a system that actually is able to bring together the citizens, the government, and the enterprise. And the reason I state this is today, if you look at the Google Play Store, you have 27 odd lakh applications which are available for download. Now, that's a very, very big challenge. So typically you open a mobile phone today, you have 20, 30 different apps which are sitting on your mobile, and each of these apps do different things which are, probably different in its own ways. What is very clearly required is a unified digital canvas, which is able to communicate, interact, and transact so that it enables a much easier access of technology platforms to all of the businesses. But the most important part in this is the trust factor, which ultimately leads to infinite possibilities. And that is where at NextGen we created a platform which is Incolab. Incolab is basically a canvas which unites all these digital systems into a single platform to enable business services to all our customers. As you can see, you have citizens, business, and the government in a single platform wherein you can communicate, you can engage, and you can do a lot more things. And one of the things which we do specifically, for example, on healthcare, which we've integrated, is the telemedicine itself. So the app itself has the telemedicine, which is integrated into the platform. So we have, for example, the app can do voice chat like WhatsApp. You have feature sets like Facebook. You have feature sets like Instagram. It can do all of it has feature sets like Yammer, but all of these are persona-based, very unique and very different by itself. And that's the biggest need of the hour of having a single digital system, which basically gives the benefit across to our consumers as such. We also did something unique. When the COVID was actually there, we actually said, what is it that we need to do as far as innovation is concerned to help the whole businesses out there? So we have our own cloud surveillance platform. So we are one of the first to run the video analytics as a service platform. So we use any camera which you have, and we will be able to do that. I just walk into nothing. We also identify, of course, using thermal cameras, which are temperatures. We have social distancing platforms wherein when you walk into office, the system or the cameras are able to tell whether there are people who are socially distanced, the number of people which are there. It gives you a lot of things which actually are very relevant to the current context of things. But this is something which we innovated post the COVID part. So innovation is a very key aspect of the kind of business we are currently into. The last piece of innovation, of course, is the digital services itself. Today, I think to a large extent, if we don't make smart cities, ultimately you won't get the kind of leverage of delivering smart services across to people. And the most important part we did was to create a structure wherein we are able to deliver these smart portfolio across to all these cities across the country. So we participate and we work with of course, the likes of TechM, for example, in terms of delivering some of these platforms across to all those cities. So lastly, of course, the most important part is the connectivity itself, which I mentioned, and control over the network is a very, very key aspect. So we are leveraging existing telecom networks to progressively create a content aggregation and distribution network and creating edge computing, considering Intel is one of our marquee investors. So we're working with Intel to take edge computing across to every single location. And in fact, we have over 236 odd locations across India. Of course, the most important part, tech changes. What you saw as a stethoscope in 1816 and to what it is probably in the future is very different. So you will see technology changing and innovations happening in the tech space, and ultimately it is for the humans. I'd like to thank you, and that was a very quick snapshot of what we do.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. I wanted to ask you a lot of questions, but because of paucity of time, we are unable to do that. But anyways, one question which I consider quite critical is WhatsApp and Zoom has seen an average increase of up to 3x in usage due to COVID-19. However, these platforms were not considered trustworthy by many consumers and businesses. Can this be addressed to ensure that the messaging and VC platforms are much more secure for businesses to take advantage?
Well, trust is a problem of the industry in general, right? There are, I said, 28.7 lakh apps on Google Play Store which are being downloaded by users in some way or the other. Now, if you look at the number of accounts which are typically getting hacked, this is by a source which was there, which is again on public. As per statistics of 2018, that showed that there are 2.5 billion accounts were hacked in that particular year. That roughly amounts to 6.85 million accounts getting hacked each day, or 158 accounts every second. You know, on a lighter note, I was also Googling and trying to find out what are the most common password people use. It is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the top as far as a password for most of the accounts which are concerned. Now, if you look at India's Ministry of Home Affairs actually issued an advisory which mentioned saying that Zoom platform is not safe, and the caution has been issued for Zoom users in India. Now, to take care of some of these things, the Personal Data Protection Bill, for example, was introduced in Lok Sabha in 2019 by MITI. The purpose of the bill was to provide protection of privacy of individuals related to personal data and establish a data protection authority for India, and which is very, very critical. The personal data becomes the key aspect of building trust in the first place. The problem of most of these platforms is that they do not have the data, one, they do not have data centers in India. And second, all of these platforms use and monetize data. And that's the biggest problem, that when you start monetizing data, there's always the problem of trust, which actually comes into play. The PDPP bill, which will in some way will ensure to a large extent the privacy of the data, that it gets addressed in the right way, and the security aspect of it. Now, we at NextGen run critical government initiatives. Like I mentioned, we run the Election Commission, Ministry of Health, and we absolutely understand the need of for data security and privacy. The platform, in fact, which we launched, basically the whole idea was to ensure that we are able to give the feature sets of what it can be, what people need as far as WhatsApp are concerned, Zoom is concerned. We, in fact, launching our own VC, which we will be offering it free of cost to every single enterprise and user in the country. Now, like I mentioned, I'll go back to the point that trust is the most important part, and trust can be built provided you have privacy around the data and it doesn't get shared. And we in NextGen believe that the data protection bill, which will come out and which is tabled in the parliament today, will go a long way in ensuring that the Indian consumers in a large way start trusting the apps which are out there in the market.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ranjit. There's one question for Mr. Kinesh Doshi. Mr. Doshi?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah. One very quick question for you. Can you kindly tell us about your thoughts on innovation for the benefit of the masses, not for any commercial implication, not for commercial gains, but for the benefit of the masses, please?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for letting me talk about this, because this is really close to our heart. I want to mention our CTO, Ash Bijur, who has been an inspiration in this space. And I think someone earlier today talked about that
Thank you so much, Mr. Doshi. We have come to the concluding part of our panel discussion. My sincere thanks to all the learned panelists. My sincere thanks to the audience for being with us. What I would like to leave everybody with is the thought that technology is best when it brings people together. And remembering what Steve Jobs had said, that it's not a faith in technology, it's a faith in people. With this, thank you very much, and I would request Amana to take the event forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was such a privilege for us at the Chamber, at the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to have been led by the leaders for Tech for Good. Thank you all. Thank you our speakers. Thank you our audience who are online with us from different cities of India and also from USA. Now we would move on to the next session. We have with us Mr. Sanjay Das, Joint Secretary, IT&E Department, Government of West Bengal, to share insights on Karmabhumi, a Government of West Bengal initiative to collaborate with job seekers and employers in IT and ITES sector. Just an announcement, the audience who are with us in the webcast, you are requested to stay on, the video will continue. And the audience who are with us in Facebook, we are reliving. So we will just take a couple of minutes while Mr. Dash gets onboarded to get relived in the same page of the Facebook. Good evening, Mr. Das.
Good evening, Ms. Angana. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us, sir. We'll just take a couple of minutes to get relive in Facebook. We are live in the webcast and also in YouTube.
Thank you so much.
So we are back again. We are getting relived in the Facebook in the same Bengal Chamber page, and we are the live is on in the webcast and the LinkedIn and YouTube. So welcome you back in the 11th edition of the Bengal Chamber's Business IT Conclave. And as we move on to Mr. Sanjay Dash, Joint Secretary of the IT&E Department of Government of West Bengal, to share the insights of the government on Karmabhumi, I'd like to request all of you to stay tuned with us. And as we move on, I would express our sincere thanks to IT&E Department of Government of West Bengal and able to support us in this initiative, and also our sponsors, our diamond sponsor MB Software, our gold sponsor PwC, our silver sponsors Infinity NextGen and JIS. JIS is also the chief patron of the Bengal Chamber. Our bronze sponsors CESC, Dr. Reddy's Lab, Easy Rates and Mazas. With this, I welcome again Mr. Sanjay Dash to share insights on Karmabhumi, a government of West Bengal initiative to collaborate with job seekers and employers in IT and ITES sector. Over to Mr. Dash.
Thank you so much, everybody. I'm a civil servant by profession, so I may please be heard rather than seen. With that, I do not have many things to proclaim other than what my government has been tirelessly doing over the years. You all know West Bengal has remained a very important state of the country, and with the advent of this onset of this COVID-19 led pandemic, we also witnessed huge influx of employees from different places across the country and beyond the country. So suddenly it was understood that huge workforce is coming back for limited period of time. With regards to information technology and electronic sector, we found that there was an opportunity in that if we can tap that very a talent pool and present before the employers available in West Bengal and beyond. So it would be a very good win-win situation. So before going into that aspect, I should just tell you one thing, that Karmabhumi is not a job providing platform. It is an enlistment of skill. The skills that ITES skilled resources do possess. So it is a skill registry in the sector of information technology and electronics sector. We have tried to enlist all desired skill set, skilled resources in a registry which is called Karmabhumi. So in English, Karmo means work, and Bhumi is the base. So it is upon this base of Bengal, there is an opportunity of work which is presented to all the employers who can actually utilize the skilled resource which this state has. So before going in detail into this, I would request the organizers to present a small video before you, from which I will take it over. Thank you so much for tolerating this 2-minute video, which has been specifically actually made by our internal team. So to start with, I would just present before you the entire Karmabhumi effort is completely in-house. There has not been a single support from outside. We started understanding that in order to support people during the pandemic, we should not spend money. So we utilized our own resources to prepare this platform. My dear friends, this is a skill registry platform. This is not a job providing platform. This is not monster.com. This is enlistment of jobs. If somebody asks, what is the difference? Who is mightier between China and the USA? So everybody would definitely say right at this point of time might be USA, because the number of warheads and the others that USA has and actually possessed, and they have promoted, they have published, they are more than in number than China. I hope so. So if somebody asks, what is the strength of the state of West Bengal in IT/ITS sector? So we can easily say that we have more than 41,000 people who are completely equipped with outstanding quality. If you go into our platform, which is karmabhumi.nltr.org, the entire platform is made in-house. Even this 2-minute video that you have tolerated is made in-house. We did not spend a single dime on that. So that's why we wanted to just show that it is the, basic gap between the desired skill set and the knowledge that we possess. If we just, allow somebody or be somebody we can push, immediately that desire actually gets connected with the skilled resource. So if you come to our portal, there are two definite areas. One is join us as employer, another is applicant, you please register. So right at this point of time, we have more than 41,000 registrations as we are speaking, and more than 400 employers. And as we progress, I would just like to tell you, just see the basic details. There is an employer module, there is an employer module, there is an applicant module, and taking details from them, there is a skill registry. My dear friend, just before this, I have been hearing about the personal data protection. Why some data is to be protected? Because every data has a personally identifiable information attached to it. So if my name is not connected to my health data, if my name is cut off from my health data, if my address is cut off from my health data, if my cell number is cut off from my health data, it is very well, easily be circulated. So for that, we wanted to prove before the entire world that government can also come out with an application or a platform which does not require any personally identifiable information. Not a single skilled resource is required to put his name, his sex, his details. We only want what does he know. If he knows that I know blockchain, so what type of knowledge do you have? So we have 30 definite skills and 800 tools. So an applicant, when somebody comes into our portal, gives one's mobile number for OTP verification and gives his skill details, automatically the platform creates a skill profile. That skill profile is thrown open to all those employers, registered employers and beyond. So in the employer module as well as the applicant module, they are so easily usable, and at so much of ease of use is there. In no time, when it was actually launched by our Honorable Chief Minister on 9th of June, till date, we have more than 41,000 registrations and more than 400 employers. And to your knowledge, recently there has been an employer registered from Singapore who has picked up 2 of our artificial intelligence skilled resource from this platform. So what we have achieved so far, other than the 41,000 registrations, we have been we have witnessed that more than 8,000 jobs have been secured. How are we getting these details if we are not collecting the personally identifiable information? Absolutely simple, because there is a definite feedback mechanism. So whosoever employer or the applicant is getting a job or giving a job, they are telling us what is the nature of job and what type of job they are giving. And why I am telling that around, because we are not forcing anybody to give their details, whether he is employed or he is employing. If somebody employs right at this point of time 50% from this portal, one can also decide to just cut them off, because this is not a job platform. The person who is selecting people or our skilled resource is completely free to decide upon the fate of those people. And the people, the skilled resources who are specifically here on this portal, they are allowed to actually, specifically, they are allowed to, they are allowed to self-assess their skill sets. Then we are supporting them for with counseling. Then the skill gap is assessed. We are giving them, training courses to upskill themselves. So when we are speaking about, Karma Bhumi, we are also offering definite add-ons to each and every employee or the applicant. There is a new initiative that we have taken up that is called Insta Jobs. applicants can apply for opportunities for a short term. There are, odd jobs and the turnkey jobs. They are not for a long time jobs. So Insta jobs are there. So people can, applicants can apply. There are employers who are saying us that, vacancies going through the entire database and selecting is really a bit of problem. We want to post our requirement. So vacancies are there. Then we have revamped the UI and UX of the entire platform by taking the feedback from the employers as well as the applicants. And most important, Jubal has come up with us. They have, collaborated with us, and they are giving us feeds from external sources as far as, job opportunities are concerned. My dear friends, we are going ahead with some additional things too. This, other than this pre-assessment of skills, this counseling, there is another beautiful thing that is called proctored skills assessment. So pre-assessment of skills is whether the person is really attuned to go for recognition of prior learning. And if somebody, even if somebody says that, yes, I am, advanced knowledge holder, or I have advanced knowledge in blockchain, and when we pre-assess them, that person, and we find out that really he might have received, training and all 4 or 5 years back, but he has not utilized that skill set over the last few years. So we are counseling them, and then we are putting them into recognition of prior learning. And post-prior learning, we are bannering them. We have integrated with the Employment Bank of the West Bengal government. That is a huge opportunity that has been, made open or left open before us. So our applicants are getting benefit of both the worlds. Then we are also, opening up for the colleges and universities with regards to internship. We have understood if we do not increase our database, the database will become stale. So in order to continually upgrade our database with fresh inputs, we have made it open for internship. So institutes and universities can come into our portal. They can put up the names and details of their third year and fourth year of students with what knowledge and specific skill set that they have or they want to possess. And then from there, the employers and the entire world can pick up either interns or they can actually conduct campus online placement system. My dear friends, Karmabhumi is an effort which specifically speaks about the government of West Bengal's initiative in understanding the strength that we have. And what we have seen over the last few months is that the knowledge that our entire generation as well as the populace that is that possesses the knowledge is beyond any comparison. And if they can be properly mapped with the employers and the requisite employers or industries, then there is no dearth of talent that can be easily identified and recruited. I am open for any question if somebody has. I have such little to say with regards to Karmabhumi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Employment is one of the very crucial areas when we talk about technology and humans. And from the Bengal Chamber, we are very happy that we, on this forum of the Business IT Conclave, we have been able to showcase, with the help of the IT&E department of the government of West Bengal, such a great initiative which is addressing this need of employment and skill matching. Which is going to benefit so many people. And as a conscientious Chamber of Commerce, we believe that it is our mandate to facilitate the government of West Bengal, and we will do our best to connect you with the industry stakeholders on this great initiative of the government. And thank you. With this, we will move on to the next session, that is technology in the realm of food security. And the audience who are with us in the webcast and also in the LinkedIn and YouTube, we are on live, but for Facebook, we are reliving in the same page. So we'll take a couple of minutes while onboarding the speakers of the next session to get relive on Facebook, but the other sessions are online and live. So in the next session, we have Mr. Hemendra Mathur, Ms. Vedika Kapoor, Mr. Shubroto Rana, Mr. Avnir Barazani, and Mr. Amit Avidov. And it will be moderated by the chairperson of the Agriculture and Rural Development Committee of the Bengal Chamber, Mr. Jayanta Chakraborty. We are just taking a couple of minutes to get relived on Facebook. So we are back. Mr. Jayanta Chakraborty. So welcome back to the technology in the realm of food security. We invite the speakers and the moderator of the session, Mr. Jayanta Chakraborty, who is the chairperson of the Agriculture and Rural Development Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And he is also the Senior General Manager of Indophil Industries Limited. So over to Mr. Chakraborty to take the session forward.
Yeah, thanks, Angana. Good evening to all the esteemed speakers of this evening, and the audience, and those who are in the social media. I think even 10 years back, what he has thought that agriculture will be discussed after a technology-driven session also. Agriculture means all traditional systems, nothing great is like there, but now the entire scenario has changed. And so today's session that in the technology, the realm of the food security. If we see, there are three terminologies are there: technology, agriculture, and food security. So these three are connecting each other. How the technology is attached with agriculture and ensure the food security of the nation. Feeding 1,300 million people in India and approximately around 9,000 million people in the world. I think only industry which is required from morning to even night is the agriculture. Without agriculture, you can't stay any food about this thing. And agriculture is the highest number of stakeholders are there. And at the center, we are having the farmer. Farmer is at the heart of the agriculture. And there, we are having input industry, like seed, fertilizer, then pesticides, then insurance agency, insurance, regulatory agency, logistics, market connect, finance and everything. Just see how much of involvement agriculture does have with these sorts of mini verticals. And here, huge data, huge number of farmers are there, huge stakeholders are there. You need technology. Here you have efficiency is the most important thing where you need technology. Innovation is the only way forward. You need technology. Last mile delivery of your produce, you need technology. And ease of doing agriculture, be it agronomic practice or be any form of managing the post-harvest product also, you need technology. We are producing in India almost 300 million tons of wood, but still you see farmers are not that much of happy. Why? Why this disconnect is there? So definitely there must be some reasons behind it. Either you are producing which is not required by the consumer, or the quality which you are producing may not be appropriate to the consumer. All those things are there. But here, I think today's subject, the technology, it can really give a push to this subject to a great extent also. Earlier in India, agriculture was totally supply-driven economy was there. We produce, then we find for the buyer. But now, with the introduction of 3 new bills, farm bills, it is going to be a demand-driven agriculture also. So I think lots of things are being there which will be discussed, debated, like precision farming, AI in the agriculture, technology for the better formulations, nanotechnology, satellite image for the insurance coverage, and farm mechanizations also there. But ultimately, technology has to be utilized for the farmer's prosperity. Where lies the success of this? How we are going to do this thing? So to discuss all those things, we have very, very distinguished panelists with me. I like to just tell you about them. Mr. Hemendra Mathur, he is the venture partner, Bharat Innovation Fund. Ms. Vedika Kapoor, he is heading Government and Industry Affairs, India, Corteva Agri-Science. Mr. Subrata Rana, Managing Director and CEO, EcoDev Solutions. Mr. Abner Barzani, Vice President, Business Development and Strategy, Grace Breeding Limited, Israel. And also Mr. Amit Avirov, CTO, Head R&D of Grace Breeding Limited, Israel. So from these sorts of Galaxy's panelists, I think the audience will be deeply benefited from their deliberations, how this technology can help in sustaining the food security of this thing. So straight away, I'll go first to Mr. Hemendra Mathur. He has over 24 years of experience in venture capital, private equity, management consulting, and investment banking. Hemendra in his career has invested in several early stage agri-tech and mid-sized companies in the agricultural supply chain. He is a mentor, investor, board member, and advisor in many food and agri-tech startups working on innovations in areas such as agri-inputs, market linkages, mechanizations, food nutrition, and value chain financing. He has a very depth involvement in agriculture in the different sector. He is an IIM alumni, and he has also authored many papers on the subject and speaks regularly at conferences pertaining to food and agribusiness sector as well as startup ecosystem. He is management graduate from IIM and agriculture engineer from Rajasthan Agriculture University. So, Mr. Hemendra, we are very obliged you have given your time and consent to be asked with us. So, we like to hear from you on the content of the subject. Only my request is that we are having the time limit thing. I will be appreciate if you maintain your presentations within that time limit so that we can have 1 or 2 questions from my side to ask you how we go forward. Mr. Hemendra, please.
Thank you, Jayant. Thank you very much for the introduction. How much time do you have?
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay, thank you. So thanks very much first for the invitation and thanks for the kind introduction. Jayanta, you have contextualized the topic really well. We need to connect technology, agriculture, and food security. These are 3 pillars that need to be connected, right? And I can give you some sort of direction and what's happening right now in India in particular on all these 3 issues and how agri-tech and food tech is trying to solve the challenges that we face in India in terms of agriculture as well as food security. Right? And I think whatever new age solutions are coming, essentially they are trying to solve for farmers' access to good quality inputs, access to institutional credit, access to insurance, access to data advisory, market linkages, post-harvest infrastructure, and of course food nutrition. So I think these are the sort of solution themes that we see in India. And if we want to segment it further on the basis of technology, there are like 5 or 6 themes which are gaining a lot of traction. The first and foremost is enabling access of good quality inputs to farmers at the right time at the right price. As you would know, input is a large market. You mentioned seed, fertilizers, agrochemicals, mechanical tools, implements. and extremely important. Unfortunately, if you look at the supply chains, they still have a lot of challenges. A lot of inputs, for example, sold in India is still not of that great quality. There's a lot of adulteration, a lot of spurious seeds get sold, and farmers suffer because of all of this, right? So we are seeing I would say, an army of entrepreneurs who are trying to build direct agri-input e-commerce platforms. And by e-commerce, don't confuse it with likes of Amazon or Flipkart. They are very different kind. They're essentially platforms which are very intense and very prescriptive. So when a farmer makes a purchase, you need to, you have to advise him on soil health, plant health, and then tell him, look, this is the status, and of course the hyperlocal weather parameters, right? So there's a lot of element of data collection in this whole process, and on the basis of which you develop a formula or an input mix which is best suited for that farm. So I think this is essentially what these set of entrepreneurs are trying to do. Get a lot of data from the field, recommend best quality inputs to farmers, and then on the basis of that they are selling inputs, right? So there's an element of data advisory. A lot of inputs are getting sold on credit, so they're also trying to build a credit stream along with their solutions. And also the farmers, the timing is very critical when you sell inputs to farmer. If you delay by a few days, crop may get affected, the sowing period may affected, right? So ensuring the availability right at the doorsteps of farmer using some third-party logistics partners. So we have a lot of startups in this space, likes of AgroStar, Big Heart, Gramophone, Behtar Zindagi, eFasal, at least, let's say I would say 15 or 20 which have crossed a good scale and have demonstrated value to the farmers. And most of them are still state specific because the whole agri-tech ecosystem is still evolving. So I think we are yet to see a pan-India player, but I think they have done a great job in building scalable models at a state or regional level. So I think that's one. Second, I would say startups in the farm to fork supply chain, right? And I think that probably is, I would say, low hanging. As the audience on the call would know that when we look at the agricultural supply chain, there are somewhere between 5 to 10 intermediaries between the farmer and the consumer. And because of which there are a lot of challenges, food get wasted, farmer gets a lesser share in the consumer price and consumer ends up paying a higher price, right? And the data is not captured properly. There's a lot of inefficiency, right? So I think what these set of startups are trying to do, they are essentially building demand-driven models. You mentioned that, supply chain will essentially become demand-driven. So I think we are in that transitionary phase. We are moving from a conventional supply-led supply chain to more of a demand-led supply chain. I think startups have a huge role to play there. So they aggregate demand. It could be from consumers like you and me. It could be from Kirana stores. It could be from modern trade. It could be from e-commerce platforms, or it could be from large institutional buyers or SMEs or food processing companies. And then they work backwards in terms of how much quantity, what quality. And most of them are trying to reach out to farmers. I would say they are partially successful because you can't, given the requirement of buyers, it's very difficult to source everything from farmers. So they build some farm level collections, and of course balance they buy from other aggregators, traders, or mandi also. So in this model, you essentially have collection center near farm and you have distribution center near consumption area. Right? With farmer in particular, I think the way it is changing, they are also trying to build a lot of farm level infrastructure, which I think is extremely critical to capture value addition at farm. And what is this? This is essentially infrastructure for grading, sorting, packaging, also some bit of primary processing, like cold storages or dehydration of, so I think those level of primary processing, which essentially was happening later in the supply chain at an SME level, what I see with the innovation in the supply chain, they are going to move closer to the farm. right? And I think farm bills you referred to, I think even farm bills encourage that a lot of validation happens at the upstream part rather than downstream part, right? And I think that will fundamentally change how supply chain will evolve. Farmers, I think, can definitely benefit significantly. We have seen in like most staples, even if you store your staples for 2-3 months and instead of selling at the harvest time when the price is lowest, a few months storage can give you 30-40% more appreciation on price. So, right. So even storage is a value addition to farmer, right? And just if you can top it up with some more value addition, I'm sure farmer is going to benefit. And there is other element of technologies also, like quality is saying. I think that infrastructure is saying we have food laboratories, but farmers don't have access. They're usually far and it takes time. So we have a lot of image processing applications by which you can capture data right there, and within seconds and minutes you get a assessment of quality, shape, size, color. And a lot of startups are also getting into spectroscopy now, which can even tell you what is inside the product, the fat content, the protein content, the micronutrient content. And of course, a lot of it is driven by AI and machine learning models, because you need to capture a lot of images and data to build those models. But I would say there are, again, couple of dozen startups who are trying to focus on this. Some specializing in rice, some in vegetables. But this is a very interesting technical application which can solve the challenge of grading, quality assaying, traceability. I think this can all be solved with this. So that's the second element. Third, which I would say, are data-centric startup. And we've always been known as an IT country. We've been suppliers of IT services to the world. I strongly believe we have, as an agri-tech also, we have genetically inherited that. That's why 80% of our startups in India which are into agriculture are on the digital side. And very interestingly, not many of them have agriculture background. So they bring their tech sort of expertise on the board and try to solve supply chain problems using tech. So a lot of data, essentially it's a combination of hardware and software. Hardware could be your smartphones, your mobile phones, IoTs and IoT devices, sensors. It could also be drones or satellite imagery. So they capture data from multiple sources, and I think that's not their secret sauce. The secret sauce is essentially the interesting machine learning models that they develop on this, and on the basis of which you can synthesize the data for the benefit of not just farmers but other value chain players also.
Yeah.
So how much water to, let's say, how much water is required for irrigation? That is driven by how much water is there in the soil, right? So, getting the data, building the model, and giving advisory to farmers. Likewise, estimating soil nutrition, level of NPK and micronutrients in the soil. There are startups who are doing it within 30 minutes. Otherwise, all these samples used to go to laboratories, and of course, government is pushing doing a lot of effort in this, in building soil health card. But we have new techniques now, which make it more accurate and can be more accessible to farmers. Right. Then, of course, use of satellite imagery, I think it's a great game changer in agriculture. You can, from satellite imagery, you can capture the farm boundaries. Startups are also developing algorithms to capture crop signature. So with satellite imagery, you can tell whether it's rice or wheat or maize or horticultural crops, right? And they're also going further in even estimating yield. Of course, it's a very, very challenging task because you also need ground level data. But I think effort is being made to go to even yield estimation. So I think these have very interesting applications, not just for farmers. Let's say for banks. I think the biggest challenge for banks to lend to farmers because they don't have data. Right? Now, if they get the data sitting in their bank branches about what is being grown in the field, what is the potential income of farmers, are there any risk because of, let's say, pest attack or excess rain or flooding or high temperatures? All that data can be captured and given to bankers so that they know if they have given a loan to farmer, are there any challenges around it, right? You can also predict harvest schedules. So, when it's the time for loan recovery, you can figure that out. Look, here's what harvesting is happening. So you sort of, sync your recovery with that. So I think very interesting applications across the supply chain. And last is also on the reducing food loss and waste, because we are talking food security, right? Yeah. So of course, all these elements add to food security because essentially reducing the losses in the food supply chain. But I would also want to touch upon on reducing food loss and wastage. Again, very interesting micro cold storage is affordable. Challenge with cold storage is that most of it was not affordable to farmers. But we have now cold storage at farm level at as low as 30,000 rupees. Very, very basic infrastructure, but increase shelf life by few weeks or few days, which is good enough for a lot of horticulture farmers. Right? Likewise, a lot of micro warehousing, right? So I think there are a lot of solutions which are coming in the post-harvest, which can potentially reduce food loss and waste. And the last point I want to touch upon is how we move from food security to nutritional security. Right? I think that is also a very important element. And we should not forget, we are one of the most protein deficient countries in the world. Our protein consumption per day is 10 grams against recommended diet of 60 grams per day. So just imagine how much we have to catch up, And that's where I see role for developing alternative proteins. Most plants have proteins, but we have conventionally relied on a few commodities or eggs or milk or animal protein. But I think there are a lot of plant proteins which are available, which needs significant effort in R&D. But I think that is another big opportunity to extract protein, not only for human consumption, but also for animal consumption. Right? I think we have a huge protein demand. So I think that's one. Millets is another crop. I think we lost millets during Green Revolution. Paddy and wheat kind of became the key crops. But I think it's a comeback crop now. And a lot of millets are very high on nutrition, high level of micronutrients, low glycemic index, consume very less water, right? So I think there are a lot of positives in that. And I'm sure I can go on and on, but there are multiple dimensions to move from food security to nutritional security, and that is another huge area for innovation. Right? So with that, I all want to say that the whole agri-tech, food tech ecosystem is looking good. We have 600 plus entrepreneurs who have crossed the point of proof of concept stage on this commercialization, in the stage of commercialization. And I'm sure this number can grow at least 10 times. In next 10 years, I can see maybe more than 5,000 or maybe even 10,000 startups. And unlike urban-centric startups, I think there'll be less mortality because the sector is so huge. Our food economy is going to grow from $500 billion to $1 trillion. So it will open up a lot of opportunities for such startups. And I think as an ecosystem players, as Bengal Chamber, as investors, we should try and support them. A lot of them need mentoring, guidance, catalytic funding. They need connection to end customers, corporates, incubators. So I think we as industry bodies need a lot of, have a responsibility to support this startup. They also need a lot of connect with policymakers. And I think state government has a very important role to play. A lot of state governments are now thinking about developing a dedicated agri-tech policy. So I would also use this forum to recommend that for the state of West Bengal. It's agriculturally very rich state. So why don't we have a dedicated agri-tech policy which can essentially facilitate a lot of agri-tech entrepreneurs who are already in the state or want to come into the state with the policy sort of guidance, connecting with FPOs, giving them access to agriculture universities, Krishi Vigyan Kendras, and helping them validate their solutions, connect with farmer groups and things like that. So I think that's my piece of advice. Since policymakers out there, it's important that we give them this message that it's time that we empower our farmers with a lot of new age innovations which are coming our way. So with that, I'll conclude, and once again, many thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure to speak at this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur. It's a really very learning session for all of the audience and including me also. I have two questions for you. That one is, as you are mentioning that 600 startups are really crossed the limit of that minimum, what do you say, threshold limit or something they are doing. And their area of operation is totally digitally monitored, and where most of them might not have agriculture background also. Don't you think time has come, this agriculture university should revamp their syllabus and should incorporate that technology into this thing so that they can be, because you are expecting 5,000, 10,000 startups will coming in future. But these boys, if we can connect them with the new syllabus, new curriculum, don't you think this is the now high time we should pursue for that?
Oh, absolutely. I think this is, I've spoken about this subject in many forums, and thanks very much for bringing this subject. I tell you, I'm myself as an agricultural engineer. I can tell you the syllabus that is being taught in agriculture universities need a complete revamp. For example, there is so much of data science application in agriculture. I always say agriculture is a heaven for data scientists because of the variability of factors, because of the volatility of factors, and because of the complexity of the supply chain. Right now, most of the data scientists which are trying to solve for problems in agriculture don't have an agriculture background. So they have to keep knocking the doors of universities or agronomists and try and bring the domain knowledge into the system. So I, again from this forum, want to request all the academicians and policymakers to seriously look at this. All agricultural streams, be it BSc agriculture or BSc horticulture or even animal husbandry. I think that's another huge innovation area which is bound to explode. Or agriculture engineering, at least 2-3 courses on data science is a must. Right? And you start developing a multidisciplinary, I would say, approach to agriculture. So I think that is one. Then I think farmer adoption of this innovation is also a challenge. So there is a lot of application of behavioral sciences. Now, how many of us have studied behavioral sciences, as part of our agricultural curriculum? Hardly any. So can we combine that? Right. Then there are a lot of elements around crop management, soil management, hydrology. So I think we should, and we should be looking at agriculture graduates as future employees. We should be looking at them as future entrepreneurs, right? So how do you empower with them? Of course, they can work for 5 years somewhere and probably can take it up. But why don't we empower them to become entrepreneurs right after their universities? So I'm totally with you. I'm so happy that you brought this question. And we need to completely change our curriculum to the needs of the market and with a very strong lens and a sharper lens on innovations.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur. I think you will stay connected with us. We have 1 or 2 more questions that will come to you later in the process also. Thank you once again for your very elaborate presentations also. Now I'll switch over to Ms. Vedika Kapoor. I think Vedika must have has joined us. She has joined, I believe.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on the topic of technology in the realm of food security. Briefly, Corteva Agrisciences is a global pure-play agriculture company founded on the rich heritage of Dow, DuPont, and Pioneer. It has a balanced and diverse mix of seeds, crop protection, and nutrients. Food is a fundamental part of life. What we eat has the power to determine our health and well-being and to shape economies and culture around the world. But in many countries, including India, a large number of people still struggle to have enough food to meet their dietary needs for an active and healthy life. FAO estimates that 820 million people suffer from hunger. That's 1 in every 9 people. And as population continues to soar at an unprecedented rate, the United Nations predicts that by 2050, we will need to sustainably feed 9.8 billion people worldwide. With pressure mounting on our food systems, the challenges remain: how can we provide access to safe food, nutritious food to everyone, both now and in the future. Achieving food security remains an international priority, playing a pivotal role in the UN's second Sustainable Development Goal, Zero Hunger, which calls upon all stakeholders across the global continuum to rethink how we grow, share, and consume our food. The Economics Intelligence Unit, supported by Corteva AgriScience, launched the Global Food Security Index in 2019. The Global Food Security Index examines the state of food systems across 113 countries. It considers the core issue of affordability, availability, quality, and safety across a set of 113 countries. The index is dynamic, a quantitative benchmarking model constructed from 28 unique indicators that measure the drivers of food security across both developing and developed countries. India ranked 72nd amongst the 113 countries, with affordability at 58.4 and quality and safety at 47. The report highlighted the most pertinent systemic challenge for Asia's agriculture sector and food supply chain. In particular, government and industries need to support smallholder farmers, who play a very unique role in their communities by ensuring their fair access to funds, market, technology, and education. Collaboration and concerted effort across government, NGOs, and business is needed to improve the condition and environment for them. COVID-19 has further exposed the fragility of the food system, for many of us bringing the concept of food security to life for the first time. For the first time, the agriculture industry has been cast into the spotlight, with farmers and industry workers across the value chain recognized as essential. Identifying practical ways to enable widespread adoption of sustainable farming practices, we can protect India's agriculture, its workers, and the national food security against a shock like COVID-19. To be able to meet the future demand for food, agriculture production needs to increase by 40 to 50% without having a negative impact on the environment. Technologies such as hybrid seeds, crop protection technologies, and digital application can help break the food-climate trade-off by making farming more resilient to climate change and more sustainable. For example, we are producing drought-tolerant rice seeds, new mechanized planting technologies, and greener chemicals, which will help farmers to produce more with less while minimizing the impact of the environment. On the environment, CRISPR technology has the potential to allow us to grow fruit that is more nutritious while using fewer resources, leading to lower food cost and a reduced impact on the environment. Climate change and increasing global trade are bringing new invasive pests to the region. The country has faced at least 10 major invasive pest and weed attacks in the past 15 years. We all saw swarms of locust attack the farms early this year. Similarly, in 2018, we had the fall armyworm play havoc in India and parts of Asia. New to Asia, the fall armyworm is one of the most destructive insect pests. The pest can occur in large numbers, causes severe damage to more than 100 plant species, and the moth can fly up to 100 kilometers per night. Fall represents a real threat to food security and livelihood of millions of smallholder farmers. Farmers needed a solution against this devastating pest. Government of India provided the policy environment which enabled the industry to bring foliar application solution to the regulators. Regulators also acted proactively to review and approve and allowed industry to bring solutions to the farmer quickly. At this point, I would like to stress on need for bringing technology at a faster pace to the farmers. Let's, as Himanta also said, let's imagine an equilateral triangle with farmers at the center of this equilateral triangle. On one side, you have industry and public institutions. The other two corners are policy environment and regulatory regime. Industry brings in new technology. Policy framework provides the environment for private and public institutions to innovate and develop technologies. However, regulatory regime completes the triangle of solutions by enabling the technologies to reach the farmers quickly. All three need to work in tandem, putting farmers at the center. The agrochemical industry has made tremendous progress in the past few decades in creating and shifting to more environmentally friendly actives. At the same time, the industry is partnering with farmers to improve stewardship practices and collaborating with consumers to understand societal preferences. Sustainability is not an option. It is an imperative that every ag company focuses on. At Corteva, it is the front and center in everything we do, from discovery to launch. Sustainability will be the license to operate in this global economy by developing more natural products, greener chemistries, products with lower use rate, less volatile, with reduced potential for drift, new modes of action to prolong durability. Now I will talk about digital technology. Given the complexity of the sector, digital technology could play an increasing important role in optimizing resource use efficiency and reducing labor cost, thereby resulting in improved farm incomes. Digital solutions such as artificial intelligence have the potential to help the sector achieve its dual goal of raising the incomes for smallholder farmers and strengthening the sector's competitiveness through data-driven decision-making. I will here share a Corteva example. Farmers lose an estimated average of 37% of their rice crop to pests and diseases every year. Currently, farmers depend on the experiences of fellow farmers or retailers to identify the infection and provide remedy, while many a times may not be correct. In addition to good crop management, timely and accurate diagnosis can significantly reduce losses. Corteva has provided AI-powered diagnostic solutions through Corteva Farmer Connect app, using which farmers can take a photo of the infected portion and get diagnosis of infection with suggested remedial measures. Further, the application helps a farmer to purchase the chemicals either through e-commerce vendors or nearby retailers. Corteva data science team has created a number of AI applications for helping the farmers. Some examples of the remote sensing solutions like the crop monitoring and acreage estimation. The machine learning models are built using satellite imagery for monitoring important crops like rice and corn for their health and mapping and estimation of acreages to target areas for delivering most appropriate solution to farmers. And what I also talked about the fall armyworm, we also had the fall armyworm solution where AI-powered models are built to provide early warning system that includes identifying farmer locations with high risk of attack, most likely time of attack, stage of crop for recommendation of using the chemicals using satellite data, along with retailers' location where farmers can procure products and solutions. We also have some proximal sensing solutions, IoT with the help of sensors and interconnectivity, the Internet of Things in agriculture, provides better data analytics and resource management by providing real-time data of the chemical and physical properties of soil, such as moisture, nitrogen content, temperature, and its pH, weather, and resource tracking. We have image processing that has helped in identifying and detection of which disease the farmer might be affected with. The digital scoring of damaged area can help automate the process and reduce labor cost and time to deliver the most appropriate solutions in a timely fashion. In our survey, we found that 80% of the farmers now own a smartphone and are comfortable using them. Farmers hence will be more and more looking to his smartphone and digital solutions as his decision support system. On the other side, almost all agriculture companies are working on digital innovation to help farmers make well-informed decisions. Key decisions like crop selection, insurance farm finance, smart packages of practices, crop health monitoring, nutrient tracking, yield estimation, soil health tracking will be driven through digital solution, which will involve big data. Artificial intelligence will help power analysis and generating key farmer-specific insights, which will form the basis of farmers' decision support system. I would like to end by saying, food security are immediate and future priorities for all countries worldwide. Returning farmer to the center of policy decision is fundamental to achieving these goals. Technology will be the biggest driver towards food security. Technology enables farmers to advance sustainable farming practices, improve their productivity, and enhance their resilience. The need of the hour is to bring in new technologies which are suited for the small and marginal farmers at a faster rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Vedika, for your wonderful presentations. It's lots of learning is there, and in any case, Corteva is the most renowned organizations giving the solution to the farmers, and they are the pioneers in providing the green chemistry molecules and also the solutions also. So I think lots of expectations from the Corteva for the Indian farmer. So I have one question to you. How do you expect regulatory system should further facilitate for bringing new molecules in India? Because new introduction takes a lot of time in India to the farmer. Do you think that any support from the regulatory or policymakers would facilitate these farmers for getting your technology for solving their problems?
Surely. I think, as I said in my talking points always, we also need to keep farmers at the center of it. The moment we keep farmers at the center, we will realize that we are not giving them the better molecules, greener molecules. So the earliest we can give them. Presently, the regulatory system does take time. And I think the industry has been raising it to the government. And I'm happy to say that government is also realizing and looking at options. So I'm sure in the future it might be better and we can get better solutions to our farmers at the earliest. I think all need to work together, the policy makers, industry, as well as regulators, to be in tandem.
Thank you for your lovely explanations, and I think please stay connected with us. Our next speakers will be delivering their speech now. But once again, heartfelt congratulations for being with us today, and we really learned a lot of things from you, Asvidika. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Pleasure's mine.
Now we have another distinguished panelist speaker, Mr. Subrata Rana, Managing Director and CEO, EcoDev Solutions. Nearly 3 decades of professional experiences equally split between engagement with multilateral agencies, including World Bank and self-driven entrepreneurship. Involved in food and agricultural industries, associated with some marquee translational R&D projects through various Center of Excellences of International Research Center, National Agriculture Research System, and private sector-led research and implementation of research results with the leading globally acclaimed private sector organizations also. Former lead resource economist with 3 leading CGIAR centers and international agriculture research. And he's also involved in EcoDev, a boutique knowledge advisory and product company specialized in technology, innovation, design thinking, alumnus of Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and Stanford University, specialization in behavioral economics and aid effectiveness. With such a rich knowledge, experience, I think we are eager to hear from Mr. Rana about on the content of the today's theme basis. Mr. Rana, you are, am I audible to you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I can hear.
Okay. I mean, it's a real pleasure and honor to be here and to listen to all of you. Hemendra is an old friend, and it's always such a pleasure listening to him. So I always tell he should be a professor. You know, I learned so much from him. You know, I would really like to bring in some little different aspect in today's conversation. You know, I know this conversation is very, very heavy on technology, very heavy on issues like food security and all. But I really like to bring in kind of a user's perspective into it. Technology for whom? Is the user of technology is understanding what we all are talking about?
Yes.
And you know, that's become also centerpiece of my work professionally within the bank. You know? So in the bank, as you know, we used to produce what we call international public goods. Though we used to work with large international organizations like, you know, those days DuPont, Dow, Syngentas in the world, But the whole idea was to how to really bring that knowledge for the purpose of the millions and millions of people in the form of international public goods. Now, in this particular context, I really like to kind of force you guys to really even look into this very definition of food security. The definition of food security in 60s and today's are huge shift. You know, I think you all can remember 1984's that Ethiopian famous picture.
Yeah.
You know, that actually rattled humankind. That kind of poverty, starvation. Now that was in 84. And today, if you look at Ethiopia, what a remarkable change and transformation. So these are the things I think we should also bring in the forefront. So where food security talks about hunger, today also another dimension of food security is the wastage of food, which Hemant also did mention. So that means the definition of food security only from the lack of it doesn't hold good.
Yeah.
There is also a problem of managing abundance. Same way, if you look at nutrition today. Nutrition does not mean only malnutrition. The obesity is one of the major challenge today in the world. Millions of children are actually suffering from, as many people suffering from malnutrition, the same numbers are suffering from obesity. So the problem becomes much more complex. It's not that so easy. But the solutions still which are coming from are supply led. Because we think that this is a problem, let's find out a solution. But then we realize that unless we go back to the user of the solutions, it will be a half story. It's not to be a full story. So, and so in the bank, we really like to understand the very fundamental questions that is our farmers are stupid? Why they are not using all this? Green revolution technology revolutionized the world, but only few places. Only 44 districts in India. Then why? Where is the problem? Problem is not with the science. Problem is not with the technology. And going forward, there will be many more technologies to come. I think, we have people who are from the breeding side. Tremendous achievement has been done on the breeding side. Tremendous achievement is now doing on the digital side. But then the question is are we be able to reach out to these people faster enough? If it is not, then why? So that's the kind of things I would really like to bring in and to, to think, to actually request you all to think about it. Now, one of the things, the Vedika was mentioning, again and again, which is so pertinent, is the smallholder farmer. Now, as soon as the word smallholder comes in, a very pathetic picture comes into our mind. A poor guy with a very small patch of land, no means, can do nothing. But but research shows absolutely contrary. My involvement with international agri research for 3 decades, smallholder farms, smallholding farms are the most effective energy efficient farms. We should not forget Japan is a smallholder economy, one of the most well-performing agriculture system in the world. So the question is not small. Question is how effective. And in fact, I still do believe small is beautiful.
Yeah.
Now, how this change happening? First of all, is there a change happening? Second, is there what a change happening? Tremendous change is happening. Smallholder economies across the world now converting themselves, transforming themselves from grain-based economy to vegetable and high-value economy. Even take the case of this very state where we are today, West Bengal. The vegetable production actually changed the entire dynamics of the state. So that's where I think, we have to look into these whole issues. Now, whenever you have a new technology, it's very interesting. I had my own research, not just in India, also in Indonesia and in Kenya. What I found very interesting, when a farmer grows their major crop, like, the monsoon crop, it can be maize, it can be rice, they don't look technology. They don't look for technology. As soon as they convert going to the rabi crop, the winter crops, where they are growing vegetables, where they are growing high value crops, they are hungry for technology. 98% of vegetable seeds in India is hybrid.
Yeah.
Only less than 10% rice seed is hybrid. Same farmer. In the monsoon, grows non-hybrid seeds as paddy, and just after a few months, a few days, he knows what is the best hybrid vegetable seeds available on the counter. Now tell me, how do you deal with this gentleman? It's not easy to deal with him. First of all, he's not stupid. He's extremely cunning, extremely opportunistic. To my mind, he's one of the best business person on earth. But we never attach the word business with our smallholder farmer. They are poor farmers. They need to be supported and escorted. FAO data shows the amount of investments smallholder farmer made on the farm, which is 3 times more than any other investment made in agriculture. Now tell me, why can't we call our smallholder farmer the investor? Now, as soon as we call them investor, the whole dynamics in the story will be different. If anybody comes to a country or to a state and tell, I will spend $10 or $10 million, there will be red carpet welcome. But collectively, all the smallholder farmers in India, if they stand up and tell, hey, recognize us as an investor, I don't know how many red carpets we need. So the point is today, what I'm trying to really make is that why farmer behave like that. And I'm really happy that Hemendra also raised out that point that, the behavior and all. So my own education is on behavioral economics. The behavioral economics fundamentally asks that why as a human being we take irrational decisions. But again, irrational decisions are not bad decisions. There's a distinction between irrational decisions and illogical decisions. So I'm talking about irrational decisions. And irrational decisions actually makes all things happen. A business person sometimes take a decision which by any normal standard not rational, but they told it's gut. So the gut feeling that makes a person better business person. Dhirubhai Ambani become a greatest entrepreneur just by gut. How that makes happen. So that was our journey and my personal journey as a professional, try to really understand that why a farmer behave differently, why he is so selective in terms of taking technology and in selective in using that technology. What we found that generally smallholder farmer, primarily the subsistence farmer, they are influenced by 3 major biases. One is called status quo bias. Many of us are the status quo bias. We like to do the way we are doing it. Second is the loss aversion bias. I might listen to Vedika, I might listen to Jayanta, but if something goes wrong, will Jayanta, will Subrata, will Vedika will come and compensate me? Answer is no. Because liability is yours.
Yeah.
Third, called adaptive expectation bias, which is more dangerous. 3 years ago, somebody hasn't come and told that farmers that if you do this, your yield will be high. Somehow that didn't work. Today again, I am there and telling the same thing. So at the back of the mind, it works. Will it work? Last time it didn't work. How do I know it will work? So that's why what they do, in our behavioral economics parlance, we call safety-first principle. So first I do which can ensure my basic. That's why in monsoon, they always do rice. They always do rice in the way they like. Once my rice crop is settled, and maize in Kenya or wheat in Central Asia, then I will listen to you when I'm growing vegetables. So how do you really understand that this particular phenomenon? Our own research shows that a farmer who is enterprising, mind my word, the farmer who is enterprising, he adopts technology fast. And I'm telling it from a really, really huge body of research. Now, what makes a farmer enterprising? There are 2 very distinct behavioral competencies required. Number 1, openness to new ideas. Not everybody, including us, always open to new ideas. Second, ability to apply acquired knowledge. We might learn many things, and both Jayant and Hemendra raised that issue about agriculture, universities, colleges, and all. I mean, we may learn many things. That does not necessarily mean we have that ability to apply that very fast. Now the question is, both these elements that I'm talking about is intangibles. How do you measure? Today, because of computational science, because of, again, big data, AI, and all these intangibles is easy to measure, is quantifiable. Now, you all agree with me, unless a thing is quantifiable, it's very difficult to manage. I mean, qualitative stuff is fine, but unless it is quantifiable, it's very difficult to manage. Be it balance sheet, be it your KPI, be it your any metrics. So behavioral economics actually converts this intangible into tangible scores. And that score will determine which technology will be taken by at which time by which group of people. It helps not only the people who are making the technology, also the people who are pushing the technology. Now it is much more focused, much more directed. Now, so who are the other people are using it? The people who are using it who are into product design stage. Today, behavior design is a very, very essential component in designing a particular product and solutions. And other than agriculture, in many places, industries, it has been widely used. One of the greatest examples of mobile telephony today. The amount of behavior design has gone into it is remarkable. Now, I would give you an example of an agricultural product where behavior design has taken into considerations. Is again one of the multinational. The large company, once upon a time they are the number 2, now I think they're the number 3. So they had a particular seed treatment technology. A seed treatment is very simple. You put it on the seed so that it increases the viability of the seed. Now they realize that majority of the seed treatment technologies are taking care of either a soil-borne disease or some kind of infection. Okay, but they realize when they are interacting with the user that in most of the stressed economy, like drought or flooded and all these, one of the greatest challenge is that the particular seed needs to sustain very critical few hours to day before germination. So if the germination is failed, even if your seed is coated with pesticide, insecticide, or soil-borne diseases, it's not going to work. So they invented a new protein that also comes into this. It's something like a growth regulator. And that really helps that seed to survive critical 3 days if there is a moisture stress. Now, that's what we call how you take behavior design into place, where you are taking into consideration of the users. Now, coming to this, how users, and also I think we have to understand few things. Again, it may be a little bit of provocative, but I would really like to take this forum because you people are of in a positions where you can be heard by the policymakers, by the people that matter. Just think of it, agriculture today. This is the only sector where you doesn't need pre-qualification. Only because my father was a farmer and I have a few acres of land, I become a farmer. Do you think any other sector allow you? My father was a doctor, that allow me to be a doctor immediately. Let's recognize this fact, and that's why talents are not coming. Agriculture, by and large, the principles is that it doesn't require talent. Why a person is not choosing agriculture over IT? Why a person is not choosing agriculture over space science? The fundamental reason is this. And that change is only coming when you are talking about technology. Many years ago, I mean, when I just passed out, joined the bank, I came to a conference in Delhi many years ago, and I presented a paper on urban agriculture. And I was not beaten up because I am a fellow Indian. People are actually telling me, these are the kind of degenerated youth, they have gone wrong in US. In India, why we need urban agriculture, so much of land? these guys are useless. Today, urban agriculture is not a reality. It's an issue where you can attract talent. Now, technology has a role to play here, and they're playing that role to bring talent back to agriculture. Because please don't misunderstand me. The farmers have an innate capability to understand, and I fully agree with Vedika that certain things farmer can understand and learn because they see. So it's an observational ability. A farmer cannot make a distinction between a bacterial disease and a viral disease. Impossible. You need microscope. So the point what I'm trying to make, that change what is coming into agriculture is because of technology. And a hats off to these millions, hundreds or tens of thousands of people, including startups, who are pushing technology. So we like it or not, this is the answer. And more new technology coming to field, more and more talent will come. More and more talent will come, more and more behavior modification will be possible. Average age of Indian farmer is close to 60, average age of African farmer is 61. Tell me, is it possible to change a person who is already 55 years old? But if the average age of farmer becoming 32, then things will change. So all the technology we are talking about, at the user level, I think we need a fundamental shift in thinking that how do you bring youth into agriculture? How do you make agriculture sexy so that they will come and do it? I give an example of a very interesting case going on in Nigeria now, in larger part of Africa. This is called Hello Tractor, solar powered tractor. As of now, I am talking 2,000 plus women are running tractors in the field of Nigeria because driving is fun. So most number of young guys you can now find in agriculture is into the mechanization. See, unless we understand from the user's perspective, we can push, and because we are pushing too hard, it will anyway go. But is that desired speed we are looking at? Do we have time in our hand? Time bomb is ticking. 2015 we realized world will be free of hunger. Now we recalibrate that one to 2030. So point what I'm trying to make that, issues like behavioral economics, issues like behavioral science, issues like multidisciplinary approaches is very much needed, but needed to, with a single point agenda, bring talent back, bring youth back to the agriculture. And that can only happen if we have that really, really cool technology. And we also have to understand the millennials' language. Agriculture is a cool industry, nobody talks about that, because that's a bad word. Agriculture cannot be sexy. I'm sorry for my language, but this is where current youth are looking at. Now, go back to the user or the maker of technology. If they make the technology cool, that will definitely go. But you also need a young, agriculturist on the ground. And they will do more experiment, they will do more challenges, they will take more challenge, and they will be more risk taker. Again, risk taker does not mean that, a blind risk. It has to be a very, very calculated risk, and they will do it that way. Now, so with that, I will stop, and I will really like to, get any questions or anything. But at the end, I just wanted to tell you two things. Based on my experience, agriculture, like any other business, is required only two things. Your ability to manage cash flow and your ability to manage risk. All other incidental. I get a seed or not, I will manage it. I will get it. And I will do it if my initial metrics is that doing agriculture, I will make my cash flow rate going and I will manage my risk. And risk can be many things. It can be social risk, it can be biotic risk, abiotic risk, market risk. But these two fundamental things, and that's why, the questions you are raising, that why people from different other sectors come into the agriculture, why not agricultural scientists? Because nowhere in the agriculture science they taught these two. Majority of people, like us, look at me, look at Hemendra. Still Hemendra has a first degree in agriculture. But many of us actually driven to these things because this is a sector where there is a lot of risk, and if you can manage that risk, you are the winner. It's very complex, so if you can manage the cash flow, we are the winner. So I think it's a good idea to teach agriculture scientists and a curriculum. But I have a little bit different opinion that agriculture will only survive when, not only, it will also survive if more and more non-agriculture is coming into this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rana. I think it's a very, very vibrant presentations, and a lot of things you have covered in a very short slide alluded to you in comparison to your wisdom, knowledge, and experience. I think 15 minutes is too short a time to explain this subject. And you have covered nutrition, you have covered wastage of the food also, and very particularly about the small is the beautiful. Small farming is not the, many times people say it is the excuse, that is not the hindrance, but actually it is the opportunity. You have rightly mentioned this thing also. And then also you have shown that, that entrepreneurship of the farming community also. So a lot of things you have covered. I will come back to you after we finish the next presentation. I have one or two questions for you, sir. If you tolerate me, I will ask you after presentations only. Sure. Thank you once again for taking invitations. Now I'll go to my friends from Israel. Sorry for keeping you waited for a long time. Mr. Avner Barazani, he is a Vice President, Business Development and Strategy, Grace Breeding Limited, Israel, and also Mr. Amit Abidov, CTO, Head R&D, Grace Breeding Limited. Both are from the breeding. Mr. Abner has a 42 years of experience in the field of agriculture and plant protection industry. He was in Maktishmagan Agan, one of the most pioneering chemical company in the world, and he was the chief agronomist there, leading the development department of the farm and the head of innovation division. One of the greatest achievements is leading the first proprietary product, Rimon, Novaluron, from the initial step to registrations also. So he has covered many countries during his tenure. And Mr. Amit Abidov, he is the world-leading plant breeder and has over 600 registered varieties of vegetables, hybrids, field crops, hybrids, citruses varieties, subtropical rootstocks, and more. Breeding and seed production farm manager, Zerim Zedera Company, acquired by Syngenta in 1987, and chief breeder and CEO, AB Seeds Company, DRS, acquired by Monsanto in 1991. And he is the CTO of Kalima and Top Seeds Executive Director of the board and one of the shareholder of the companies in 2002 to 2014. What a great experience and knowledge you have, sir. So I now request you to present your presentations now. And if you have any presentations, I think you have one PPT is there, which we can share also. Thank you, sir. Please.
Can you share the presentation with the listener?
Yeah. So I think, Angana, I think these presentations please be shared, I think, which are Abner's presentations. Yeah.
All right. We are going to present to you a product and technology that was developed aiming to protect plants on one hand and many other things that later on we will specifically enter and explain. Please, the next slide, please. Yeah, we are a small company established in 2015, and we are mainly a R&D company and dealing with breeding and with technology development. Next slide, please. We have a group of partners that are all from the top of the Israeli agriculture, managing this company. Next slide, please.
Well, the product I'm going to present here is a WDS, or what we call a wide defense system. It is a novel non-toxic biostimulant based on medical plants extracts and probiotics that is in harmony with the human digestion system. The product itself improves and extends treated fruits and vegetables shelf life. And why it is important? Because when you bother to produce agricultural product, you produce it, you do all the expenses, and then you ship it to the market, and at the end, it lacks shelf life and it will be thrown to the garbage. So this is a double damage. It is not just reducing your agricultural production, but it is also doing all the expenses and then throw it to the garbage. And the WDS technology can help you out regarding that aspect. WDS increases the fruit's anti-inflammatory index. Later on, I will explain the importance of this phenomenon. WDS improves the natural immune system of treated plants and trees. What the product is doing is that it doesn't affect the pathogen. We are not dealing with the pathogens. Here in this product, we are dealing with the immune system of the plants. And by doing that, we don't apply selection pressure on the pathogens. And maybe you know that this is a known knowledge that when on biological creature, when you don't apply selection pressure, they don't have mechanism to develop resistance. So actually, it is a product that will be with us for many years. Fruits and vegetables treated with the WDS may improve and boost the consumer's immune system. So actually, we are talking about a product that not only protects the plants, but also may protect the consumer and can serve as a medical prevention system for the future. Next slide, please. Here I will share with you some experiments that were done in Israel. We treated the avocado trees when they started to flower. Like the plants or the trees absorbed the product, and it was accumulated all over the plant, but also in the fruits. We analyzed it and we saw the data. In Israel, normally, avocado can be stored for 2 months only. This avocado was stored for 3 months, another 30 days over the normal season, normal period that is common in Israel, which means, and you see on the left side, you see the treated fruits, and on the right side, you see the control. And actually, because the plant absorbed the WDS and the system enter into the fruits, you get an extremely strong extension of the shelf life on one hand. On the other hand, when the consumer will consume this avocado, his immune system will be boosted as well. So again, it is a medical prevention system for the future. Next slide, please. Same trial that we did on lychee. It is a treatment that was done on Mauritius variety. I don't know if you are familiar with it. The fruits were harvested, stored for 30 days. After 12 days, the control was started to showing infection with funguses like botrytis, Cineraria. After 30 days, as you can see, the control is completely lost. while the treated fruits or the fruits harvested from the treated plants were completely clean and ready to be consumed. And again, I repeat, when the customer will consume these fruits, he will boost his immune system as well. Next slide, please. Same phenomena on baby cucumbers. On the left side, you see baby cucumbers that were the control. 8 days after 8 days of storage only. On the right side, you see the same cucumber, but treated with the WDS. After 8 days, it was fresh as it was harvested today, and it held for a double amount of time, meaning 16 days, and then it started to show negative symptoms. So again, doubling the shelf life of products like that is not only beneficial for the grower, but it is beneficial for the entire system, because you don't throw food that was produced already. You have much longer shelf life on one end. On the other end, the customer will enjoy the anti-inflammatory index that it will get from the fruits themselves. Next slide, please. Well, this is a trial that we did on lettuce. It was a big trial. 12,000 plants were treated in the nursery. WDS was incorporated into the substrate of the nursery during the sowing. Later on, when the plants were shipped to the field, to the planting field, we dipped the trays of the young plants, and then they were transplanted mechanically, because that's how we do it in Israel. After 35 days, the plants were harvested, and we did few data collection. First of all, the yield was 20% higher in the treated plants versus the control. And we are talking about big trial. It is 12,000 plants. This is a lot of data collection. Another thing that we did, no, not yet, sorry, back again, yeah. Another thing that we did is that we stored the lettuce in our storage facilities. And as you can see, the control after 24 days of storage, the control was completely destroyed, while the treated plants, the treated lettuce, as fresh as if it was harvested this day. One more thing is that in Beersheba University, we got samples from the control and the treated lettuce, and they extracted the liquid of the lettuce, centrifuged it to remove all the firm particles, and then they ran a test of anti-inflammatory index. Actually, these are macrophages cells that are treated with lipopolysaccharides that create inflammation, and then they apply the juice of the treated and the non-treated lettuce, see how much the cytokines production will be inhibited. And as you can see in the graphs, the treated plant have around 80% inhibition, while the control have 25 to 30% inhibition, which means that this is lettuce that when you consume it, you get anti-inflammatory index. So in the event of the COVID-19, for instance, all you have to do is to eat loaded fruits and vegetables, and no cytokines problems will occur. It sounds stupid and simple, but that's how it works. So my warm recommendation to you in India that I really love is that you should adopt this technology. You should learn how to work with it. It is very simple. Implementation is simple, and you can enjoy boosting the health of your public, increase the shelf life of your products, and so forth. Next slide, please. Next and the last one. We did trials on chickpea in Israel and on maize, on corn, sweet corn, by the way. On the chickpea, what we were able to do is to do the sowing 4 months earlier. We did the late autumn sowing. Normally it is impossible in Israel because the chickpea in Israel suffers from fusarium and suffers from ascochyta, two funguses that simply can destroy the yield. By protecting the plant, applying the WDS, we tripled the yield. The yield was tripled. We got 600 kilograms of grains per 1,000 square meter, when normally we get less than 200. So it is a revolutionary, and in the picture you can see the commercial field that is suffering from the fusarium versus the treated control, the treated plots that were completely clean. So chickpea is a big crop in India. India is one of the biggest, if not, I think it is the biggest producer of chickpea on the planet. So you have a solution. You can increase your yields, you can protect your crop, yes, when you cook or you boil the product, the anti-inflammatory index is gone, and you cannot eat fresh chickpea as far as I know. So that is not an issue here, but the yield, the increase in the yield. Regarding the maize, you see the treated plot versus the control. This field was inoculated by nature with fusarium, and the stand of the control was half of the stand. We got something like 4 plants that survived per meter of row, while in the treated area the stand was perfect. It was 8 plants per meter. The yield was almost double as well. So again, a very simple approach that really can boost the yield. In Israel, customers sometimes consume the sweet maize as a fresh, and then they can enjoy also the anti-inflammatory index. If they boil it, then that effect is gone. But you can protect your crops like that and improve your yields.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Really, we want to thank that Indofield is becoming during the days our partners in one of our projects. As well, we are working with Indofield on both technologies. And in the future, I believe any technologies that will come from grace breeding, our partner in India, that I know them personally since '94, that I start with the Novaluron, Rimon in India with Indofield. So it will be our pleasure, let's say, to continue and to go deeply on research and bringing some technologies, very, very promising technologies, to the Indian markets, as well to the population there, children, adults, anybody. Really thank you for this opportunity. It's very, very interesting for us to come more deeply on other projects as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Avner Barzani, for the your summarizing the your projects, what is going on in Israel and how you are partnering in India also. And sincere thanks to Mr. Amit for giving a detailed presentation on the WDS particularly, and it's how this project could be. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How this project will be beneficial for the consumer delights, and it improve the immune system of this consumer. Really a great thing. As well as the yield enhancement is also one thing which will ensure the food security of the country also. Thanks a lot for giving a detailed presentations on this thing. We are obliged actually from Bengal Chamber of Commerce. Now we have almost reached at the end of the program. I have very short two questions. One to Mr. Rana, that in your presentations, how do you think that this migration of rural youth to city we could minimize because of introduction of technology in the ground level? If you can highlight something on that issue also, sir.
I think the issue of migration today is, I think we need to focus on more on distress migration. By and large, migration is not a bad thing. I don't know about you, but I migrated from a village.
In distress.
So
under distress, exactly. Yeah, under distress. Yeah.
So under distress migration, first of all, if we look into agriculture as a solution, particularly for the country like India, I think it will be too risky. Because agriculture, the factor productivity in agriculture in India is already too low. There are too many people in agriculture today. And if you really overburden with more people into the agriculture, then I think it will be more of a political statement rather than a real statement that it will actually help agriculture to do it. So point, I think, that can only be done that if you can create opportunities which can help agriculture, but not actually exactly on the field, but more on the service side, and that would really lessen the burden. B, you have to skill people to bring into the manufacturing. I mean, I will, even with a little bit of economics knowledge I have, I will not prescribe that rural youth to be there only to be absorbed in agriculture in current format. Indian agriculture is already overburdened. If you make it really competitive, then it's not going to be an answer. Second is that Indian agriculture so far, the most of the things, if you look at the startups and all what they're bringing what we call competitiveness. Now, Indian agriculture desperately need competitiveness. I would like to, quote a very interesting comment by Jairam Ramesh when he was minister. He made a very interesting comment. He told that, look, what an Indian thinks about export means I have everything, I try to sell it out domestically. When I'm failed, then I'm coming and telling that let's export it. So, but export is completely different ball game, I mean, why people will buy my leftover? So I have to produce that way. So one way, the rural youth can be, if you do a value addition agriculture, like mostly say horticulture, for example. As I was telling, I know a couple of guys and working with them. These guys have come back from Netherlands, and even in Bengal, they are setting up very high quality hydroponics farm. And even these two guys so far has absorbed 8 people who are trained. Now, by head count, very small. But I think if you look at the contribution making into the rural economy is enormous. So I think that's the kind of things we really look into, that how the service industry related to agriculture can absorb rural youth, and if they can take it over to other areas of manufacturing.
Thank you, Mr. Rana, for a very you explained it very nicely for ease of understanding of the people also. And now my last questions of the session to Mr. Hemendra, that what is your suggestion that consumer choice versus farmer produce? How Indian agriculture policymakers should integrate? Because consumers' choice is one thing, and farmers producing as per his availability. How we should integrate so that ultimately agriculture, technology, everything what we are discussing towards the farmer's prosperity. He should live a better life. So how this connect could be made, and what policy advocacy you please give on this take, sir?
Thank you for this question. I think the one fundamental shift in the policy as far as agriculture is concerned is looking at farmer as an entrepreneur or a businessman, right? I think that is extremely important. You know, if the farming has to become sustainable, right, we should give farmer the freedom that he deserves. Now, there's always a conflict between price inflation and farmer price, right? At one end, you're trying to control inflation, bring it down, and at the same time, you give higher prices to farmer. These are fundamentally contradictory, right? Now, you tell me, with so much of economic progress in the country, I'm very sure at least 1/3 of the population, you know, SEC-A, SEC-B, what we call, is willing to afford good quality food and willing to pay a premium for good quality food, right? Let's accept it. I remember the days when Mother Dairy used to increase prices of milk by 1 rupee a liter. It used to hit the headlines of Times of India.
Yeah.
Now, I think most of the consumers don't even know what is the milk price, you know. So things have changed, right? And so I think we should acknowledge the fact that there is a large segment of population which can afford good quality food, which is safe, nutritious, traceable, and I think farmers should get the reward. So I think we should not try and control both the ends, right? If whatever is the price, we should acknowledge farmers' contribution and pay him the price rather than depressing it. I think in terms of consumer choice versus farmer produce, I think they are two complementary things. They are two sides of the same coin. Subrata talked about hydroponics. You know, I think today consumers are looking for a lot of products. You know, have you ever seen Indian eating kiwis as they are eating now? Have you ever seen so much of mushrooms being consumed in India? Have you seen the push cart selling salad leaves? I think things have changed, and we must acknowledge that there's a fundamental shift in consumer diet towards more fiber, more protein. And of course, carbohydrate is going to be there, but the carbohydrate fat as a percentage of the diet is going to come down. And if that share is increasing, which is actually good for the country, good for the health of consumers, then why don't we use that as an incentive for the farmers? I think the biggest challenge in India is demand-supply imbalance, right? So we should, and as the supply chain become more compressed, as farmer comes closer to the consumer, this imbalance can go. And that's what the whole innovation is all about. All supply chain innovation is disintermediation and making demand more visible and predictable. So I think I will strongly advocate building policies around data. I think data is extremely critical in agriculture. Look, demand doesn't change overnight. It gradually changes. So why we grow, India eats 20 million ton of tomato. So why should we growing 25 million ton or 15 million ton, right? We can all, you know, demand is there. Now challenge is supply, because the farmer in Kolar doesn't know that some farmer in Karnool is also growing tomato, right? And now there is technology available. 10 years back, I would have said, yes, it's difficult. Now, as soon as the plant comes out of the soil, there is imagery available. You can detect the crop, and you, at any given point of time, you have a broader estimate how much of crop is there on the field, right? So you can always build a supply database. You can, you know, give advisory to farmer that there's already too much of production, grow something else, or if there is something in shortfall, you can advise farmers to grow that crop. If we digitize our input sales, you know, if we digitize our seed sales in India, we can capture very good data on what is going to be the production and harvest time, right? So why don't we integrate data into the supply chain, which can solve this demand-supply imbalances, right? So I think that's how I see. We always say food and agri, you know. All over my career, I have always been saying food and agri. I think they should come together. It's high time. They have, even in terms of career, people who go into FMCG companies are very different than people who go into agri companies. The investors in agri startups are very different from investors in food startups. So these are like two worlds, they're like one South Pole and North Pole. But I think we should see supply chain as a seamless. I think that's, of course, how do you build policy around it? As long as the construct is right, I think we'll get there.
Thank you. I think we have to close this session. But anyway, it is my extremely happy to be you all in this this panel discussion. Your rich deliberations, I think, definitely will help our audience, and we will take your presentations, and we will also make a point of these things, and we will also percolate down that things to the policy makers also, that these are the outcomes of this session also. And once again, hearty thanks from Bengal Chamber of Commerce, and also for personally from my side also, and wish you all a very prosperous days ahead, and let's stay together, and technology for human and tech for good. These two slogans should prevail, and wish you once again very thanks, hearty welcome, and good night also. Thank you very much to all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So this brings us to the conclusion of the day one. So stay connected, stay safe. Join us on 4th of December for the day 2, in which we are covering digital economy, technology for learning, health tech, and energy tech. See you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye. Bye.